Hello everyone. Welcome to ZaranTech SAP BODS training, your gateway to mastering business objects data services. In this course, you'll delve into the intricacies of SAP BODS, honing your expertise to seamlessly integrate, transform, and improve the quality of your organization's data. Throughout the training, we'll navigate through SAP BODS, powerful capabilities empowering you to efficiently extract, transform, and load data across diverse systems. Gain proficiency in data cleansing, validation, and ensure data integrity in your enterprise. Our expert-led sessions will cover the nuances of designing data flows, managing metadata, and orchestrating data workflows. By the end, you will be adept at leveraging SAP BODS to streamline data migration, enhance business intelligence, and enable data-driven decision-making. Join ZaranTech's SAP BODS training to unlock the full potential of your data management journey. Let's embark on this transformative learning experience together. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now, let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Creating a repository. 2. To create a new repository after installation. 3. Updating the repository. 4. Date generation transformation. 5. Example of date generation transformation. 6. Transformation categories in BODS. 7. Data transfer transformation. 8. Pivot transformation. Let's dive in.
So hi, welcome to the new session, and today we will discuss the creating repository to create new repository after installation and updating the repository. Let's show. I believe you can see the server or the designer. Can you see? Okay, before going that, let me show you one more thing. In where the SAP installed, you will see this folder always. SAP Data Services 4.3. The version can be different, but in that you will see different applications. SAP Data Service Designer, Data Services Local Selector, Data Service Repository Manager, Server Manager. So here, three things are important for any developer. Data Service Designer, Data Service Repository Manager, and Data Service Server Manager. So today we are going to use this Repository Manager and the Server Manager as well. But let's create one repository. In the previous session, I show you what is repository, local repository, and the central repository. Right now, you can see that I have the already one repository for repo called repo_ds. And for the central repository, we will look into that in a later stage, but let's create for all the users, for all of you, a separate local repositories. So here you have to select the repository type, whatever type of repository you want to create, central, local, and the profiler. So we will create a local database type. So from where it's coming. So here we are using the database SQL Anywhere and the database version 17x, database server name, database name, and then just click create. This repository already may be built. So let's create another one. So these details, the database name or the username and password, you will get these details from the database admin. Probably you will not have the access to create these username. So when you need to create a new repository, you will ask the database administration. We need one more local repository, so we need the database for the repository. So just ask them to create a database. So they will create a new database for you and the username and the password. So these details will be given by the database administration, not by you. Okay. And you should have all the access like mentioned in this document. Create user BODS identifier, that is BODS server. Okay, so you should have all the access on your database. Then like all the access drop and anything. So rather than ask the admin rights on a particular database, they will ask why you need the admin access. Then the business justification would be, okay, this is the local repository for the BOD's designer and we need the admin access so that we can read, write, or we can do anything on that. And this is local repository, not related to the production. Okay. So once you are done, then you will go to the data repository manager, like we go, and provide these details and create. Meanwhile, it will continue to create. Once it created, we will continue from there. And in the meantime, we will cover whatever we left in the previous session. So let's park it here. Okay, let's walk first. Maybe as they said, okay, you will receive the details in few minutes. Let's continue with the walk, just the overview of the platforms. Okay, we'll cover the database designer. Okay, the data service designer. Here you can see the highlighted area is the project area. Right click. Okay, you can create a new project here. Enter project name. You created a new project over here. Okay. After that, right click and you can create a new batch job or new real-time job. Okay, like this. And on the bottom side, you can see this, right? This is the project. Whatever the project you will have, you will see in here. And here you will see the job segregated or grouped in a two folders, batch jobs or real-time jobs. This is the workflow area. This is data flow. And this is the transforms, pre-built transforms that has, it's like a functions which has a tendency to do something. So they divided the transforms in a three set or four set, you can say. Data integrator, data quality, platform, and text data processing. If you expand these, you will see the name and the purpose, what they did. Okay, data transfer. So we will learn these all the transfers while we will walk through for the next sessions. Okay, but these are the transform based on their types. Data quality transforms, platforms. Okay. And here, whatever we will do, here we will create the data stores. Here we will define the formats, file format, whether it can be a flat file, SDFS file, COBOL, Excel file. Okay. And these are the functions. In the BODS, we have a two type of functions, custom function and the validation function. Custom function are that we want to apply set of rules. So rather than doing the same thing again and again, we can put all those rules in a one box or one function, and we can reuse that all the set of rules. Okay, and we call that as a custom function, and it will give output. Okay, it can be a table output, row, or anything. But if we apply the same set of rules or apply some set of rules, but it just give the output true or false, then we call it as a validation function. The only difference based on the output. If output is true and false, then it's a validation function. If output is different from the Boolean type data type, it's a custom function. Okay. This is the canvas area. Okay. So let's create one data store first because this is the data connection that you start. So right click, then new, then just give the data store name. Always try to follow the naming convention. Start with the DS. It means it's a short name of the data store so that if name comes in your just if to you, then you can just identify what it is. Okay, data is stored, and we can say okay. Now define the database type. So you have a different set of options: adapter, databases, Google BigQuery, Oracle application, and so many applications so that you can connect. Again, it has a further options like database. If you click database, then it will ask the database type. So which database type you want to connect. Here we have the SQL Anywhere. Okay. Once you select, it will ask you the version. Okay. Here we are using the 17.x. Database server name. Database name. Port is going to be remain same because it's a default port. Username. Now once you are done with these changes, just click on apply. If you didn't receive any error, then your connection is established. If you receive any error, then there is some problem and you will see the error. Here I click apply. Can you see? Did you see any error? Who is the owner of the database? They will give you the details. But you got my point at how to create. Now click OK. First you have to click on apply, check whether it's making connection or not. If it didn't appear any error, then you are fine to go ahead. Click OK. Your connection will be established. Can you see? Now you have the new training data. Okay. Now we will define a file format. Okay. So we today I have downloaded one file from the internet. Okay. Here you can see the train data Excel file. Simple Excel file like this. Okay. We can close this. Let's pull this data into our design. So here we will define the Excel workbook. Right click, new, file format name. Okay. Train data. Now file location. Click here. Here you can see this is the parameter or the variable. Okay. So we are not going to, we will use this parameter in a later stage. Right. Here, once you click on the directory, then you can see that I can access my local system. On the downloads, I should in the file name again, select file, downloads, all file. Can you see the tray? Open. Okay, right now what I am trying to do, I'm just trying to explore all the elements that is required to create any ETL. Earlier, I explained you the data store. So how to create the data stores, because this is the very first step to creating a new batch job, right? Because until or unless you don't have the data, you can't do anything, right? So we just first we create the connection to the database. Right now, we don't have any data into the database, right? It's a new database. Okay, let me tell you one more thing before doing this. Okay, let's cancel it. Whether you are moving data from one place to another or anything, you need you need to have a connection with that. Okay, let's suppose you have a scenario, your data is moving from SQL Server to the SAP HANA or SAP system, right? So you need a connection with the SQL Server as well and HANA as well. And you want to move data from a particular set of file to the SAP HANA as well. So if you see this scenario, then you will see you have three different data. One is SQL Server, one is file, and another is SAP HANA. So before doing anything, you have to create 3 data store, each one for each. So right now we created one. Let's suppose SQL Anywhere is your legacy system. Okay. So we created one DS store training data with the SQL Anywhere. You want to
Yeah.
pull the data from here and want to migrate to the SAP HANA, then you have to create a new store, new data store database. Okay, you can see the applications, SAP application, SAP BW source, BW target. You can see. And if you want to migrate to the SAP HANA, just click on database. Here you will see the SAP HANA as well. SAP HANA, select the version and provide the server detail, username, password. It can be a you as well. If you have the access on the SAP HANA database, you have the data, you can punch it in. If you don't have, then you have to ask for it. Whatever the data sources or target you have to build a connection with them. Here data store can be a number of data store, hundreds of. One data store for each data source or whether it's a source or target. So that's why I created one because right now we have one data. So we created for the training data. Let you see here. Okay, let me show you again here. Add it. Can you see for the SQL server? It's how it looks. Okay, let me take a screenshot of it. Okay, how it looks right now. Just see, and create a new for HANA database. And where is my screenshot? But can you see that it's almost similar? Do you remember that? It's just a connection bridge, nothing more than that. It's based on the type, okay? Some SQL
Okay.
servers provide the ODBC connection, but for the anywhere we don't require it.
Okay.
Whatever it's needed, it will be provided by the admin, okay? If you have to create the SQL ODBC connection, then you have to install on your local server. So let's create a file system, flat file, let's suppose, create new file format, we can name it, okay, root directory, files name. Now it's asking for you to import a schema from the source file or you want to define your schema. Schema is nothing but the format, file format, okay? If you select yes, then it will import the file format. Can you see? Okay, here you can see that we have the header, row ID, order date, ship date, right? But it's showing as a field 1, field 2, okay? Now column is delimited by the comma, row is new line, and escape character, escape row 0, and it will ask you whether your file has the header or not, okay? Where we can see can you see? Now, once you selected the option yes, then it's already detected that it has the header. Now, again, it, you can say the AI or anything, but the thing is you should verify whether it's detecting correctly or not. Like row ID is detected as an int, order ID is varchar, order date is varchar. Okay, it's not varchar, right? It should be date. So you can click and you can change it to date. Okay, and now it's asking for the format. What is the format of it? So you can define the format. Its default format is YYY, but we can change from here. Can you see the here the formatted? So we can change that. DB. Okay. So here you can select the format of it. Again, ship date. Ship mode is worker is fine. Customer ID and postal code is int, which should not be a int. Postal code, it should be worker. Can anyone tell me why it should be worker? But my question is why the postal code should be worker, not int. I answered this question in the last session. So if anyone want to answer. Because if we keep the postal code as an int, it can be summarized. Okay, it will summarize, but we can't summarize that, right? Okay, there is one problem here. If you observe that sales is coming as a cherry wood. Okay, what can be the reason for this? Can anyone tell me? Because maybe they have the comma in the product column and our file is comma separated. Can you see here that it has the comma? Okay, now looks fine. Now just save and close. Now you created the train data flag file. Okay. Now we will create the data flow. Okay. Data flow. Right now it's empty. New data flow. Data flow will be the new data flow. Once you double click on this, okay, it will give you the option for the design and implementation. Okay, so I clicked. Right now we are on a canvas area. Here you can see the options we can do. Okay, so this is a template table. This is query transform. This is the only transform which is available here. Query transform, and rest of the transform is available here. Okay, and query transform should be here as well, here, because query transform is most used transform. That's why I just keep it, they put it here. Now let's do something. We will pull, like drag and drop. Now it will ask you the option what you want to do it with this, make it source or target. So here the file is going to be become a source here, and here you can see the icon for seeing the data. Fetching data in progress. You can see the data. This data looks fine to you, or you want any changes, so you can decide here again. Okay, here it show only the first 1,000 rows. Okay, you can navigate like this or to the next 1,000 at the last. Now we will use query transform. Click and again click on the white canvas area, or just click and drag and drop. Okay, now you have to design the flow of it from source to target, like drag and drop. Now you will open this query. It's loading. Okay, now you can see that here on the left hand side is schema in. So what is coming to this transform is listed here, and what will be the output of this query, this transform or any other transform will be listed on the right hand side. Here you can see the train data is coming with these columns and the data type. Okay, and we can choose one or many or everything to move ahead. Okay, so what you can do, you just click 1 or 2, or you can just click by holding the control key or by the shift key like this. Okay. So let's suppose we want to put we want to move everything, just skipping the postal code. Click and drag and drop. Okay. So whatever you are taking ahead will be highlighted as a blue, the dark blue arrow, and which is keep behind, it will be look like this. Okay. Now understand the bottom area mapping. So how the things are mapping, row ID, this row ID is mapped to the row ID, the train data dot row ID. Let's suppose order ID is train data order ID like this. If customer ID is ship segment. Okay, we want to check one more thing. Let's suppose we want to know the difference between the order date and the ship date. Okay, so what we can do, we can create a new column, right click and click new output column. Okay, it will ask you where you want to place it. Okay, insert above or below. I just click. Now just give the days for ship, and it will be the int content type as we are not going to change. Now how you will map this, the days taken for the ship. So here this is the mapping area. So you can do ship date, drag and drop, minus order date. If your logic is correct, then it will look like this, the double arrow. If your logic is incorrect or missing something, then it will give an error while apply. Okay. If you correct it, then it will be again apply and it will be look like this. In the second tab, select. If you have the duplicate data from the source, you can check this box and it will remove the duplicate. Okay, it will pass only the unique rows. From is if you want to merge or join two tables, two different data sources, then we will define the join here. Okay, where just putting the condition like the SQL. Is everyone knows the SQL the little bit? Okay, so you know that what is joins and the where clause. Okay, so we can put the this. It's same look like a it works like a SQL. We can define the joins where the where condition, group by, order by, and advance. If we want to optimize, this will comes in a later stage once we will optimize our job. Okay. And find is to just find the columns. If you have a long list of columns in a particular table, then it's one. Okay. But now you are clear till now. So here, this is the sign of back, going back. Okay. Now you can see, now we will put push this data to the DB that we have. So here we have one transform called template. Click here and click on the white canvas here. It will ask you that what you want to give a name to the table. Maybe you remember that I told you that tables is two type of tables. Tables from the DB and another table is template table which rest into the memory only. Okay. Here we will give the name template. Okay. Now it will ask that in which data store you want to connect. Okay, so we will connect to our DGS training data. Click OK and just connect to the target. If you click on it, it will give you the again options. Okay, this is the target. This is your defined target. Options. Delete data from table before loading. if you want to delete the data, drop and create table. This option is pre-built option for the template table. Okay, because it's a memory table, it will always drop and recreate. Load and triggers, preload commands, postload command. Preload command is something if you want to execute any SQL commands before pushing to the data into the target. Okay, and suppose this data is going to insert in this, but before this you want to execute some SQL command, then you can put your commands here. In post load, if you want to execute few SQLs after completion of your job. Okay, now our simple data flow is prepared. Okay, now our next task is to validate whether we develop the things logically or not. Not logically, but technically. Okay, it will check the validation, it validate technically whether you have developed something is technically good or not. Here you can see that validate current, or another icon is validate all. If you select validate current, it validate the whatever it is available on your white canvas. If you validate all, then it validate the whole batch job. So here we will validate the current. Here you can see that it doesn't give any error, error is empty. Warning, there is one warning, and the information is again empty. We can skip the warning always most of the time, because here, if you see the warning, here the data type conversion will be used to convert from type interval of mapping. Train data ship date minus. So it will do the data type conversion by itself, because it's taking a to date input and giving the input as an int. That's why it's giving you the warning. Okay, I will do it by myself. You have not designed this. Okay, so we will use the power of BODs rather than doing everything by ourselves. Okay, so we can ignore the warnings. So right now we have developed a data flow, and always make a practice to save your work. Okay, before to avoid losing your work. Okay, so here you can see the icon save all. It will prompt you to save your work and save it. Okay, now it's saved. Let's create a new batch job. New batch job, because maybe you remember that we can't execute the data flow independently. We need a batch job. Okay, so once you selected here, now you can pull the data flow or workflow, anything. Here you can see the workflow. So click here and you will create a new workflow. You can name it from the workflow WR. You have created this. Now within it, just click it and you can you can create a new data flow, or you can reuse your already having the work data flow. Drag and drop. Okay, but you can create a new workflow within the workflow. Okay, like this. In the data flow, you can't create a new workflow. Can you see? No. Here, this is the workflow, right? In the workflow, you can use only the data flow and the other element. You can't use the tables here. Okay, data flow define the how the data will flow. Tables, source, targets, and the transformations. But in the workflow, you will define the how the data flow will work. Data flows like these. conditional like these elements. Can you see that query transform is disabled, template table is disabled.
Mhm.
Okay, if I try to pull the file, it will not work. Can you see? Okay, so workflow where you just put all these things together related to the data flows. But in data flow, it's a tables about the query transform and other transform files, tables, everything. So now we have defined the workflow. Okay, so here you can see from the beginning, training is our project, data migration, job data migration is our job, WF data is our workflow, data flow, move data from file to DB is a data flow. This is our source, query transform, and the target. Okay, if you select the job, now you will validate the whole job. There is again the same warning. We can skip that and click OK. Okay, so let's run this, right click and execute. And there is one more option called start debug. Okay, so we will check both the options. Let's start with the execute option first. It will ask, okay, these are the recent changes that you didn't save till now. Do you want to save it or not? Okay, we will save it. Okay, on the left
Yes.
hand side, the project area. Here we are on the designer tab and the another tab is monitor. Monitor tab can hold the execution process that we recently did, okay, while from when you logged in onto the designer. So you can always click on the instance and you will check whether it's completed or not or failed due to any error. So first tab is the trace, okay, where everything you just mentioned, what was this process, when it started, like job, this is the timestamp, message, the initial environment local, this is started. Here you can see the workflow started at this time, okay, data flow is started at this time. Data flow is terminated due to error, this workflow terminated, this job terminated. Because one element inside the bottom element of the data flow is terminated due to an error, then everything will fail. Okay, that's why workflow failed, job failed. In the second tab, here we have the monitors where we have the number of rows in process, the status, the number of rows that we process, and the time. Okay, and the third tab is the error or warning. Whatever the error or warning we received, we get it listed here. So here you can see that it giving me an error that we cannot open the file this at this location. Please check the file and path and permission. I checked. We are able to see the data, but maybe I'm new to this server, so maybe there's something which is not restricting to get the file data. That's why it is not able to read the data while executing that. Okay, so that's why it's getting failed. So here we covered this all the elements. Okay, whenever you want to exit the close, the designer always make a practice to create from the close from the project and exit. Okay, here the edit, cut, copy, paste, you can use the different the reusable components, the data flow, workflow. Okay, and here we will cover the few more things is system configurations and the substitution parameter configuration. These are the most important things if we talk about the BODF. These are the two things which help us to work in a multi-level environment. Like here, there are the only three things which help us to work in a different environments. Like if you have the environment called dab, test, and the prod, then these are the three things: system configuration, substitution parameter configuration, and the central repository. Okay, so we will look into that in a later stage. And here is the central repositories. Debug session is to see the data, how the data is flowing. Okay, right now let's suppose I execute this job without the debug session. Yeah, it will fail because there is no. But when you go to the data flow, you will see this glass icon on the board is starting in the end only. Okay, but if you run this job in a debug mode, start debug, you will see the data at every step. And if you want to analyze the result, click on no, not yes. If you click on yes, then you will not see the results. Okay, click on no. Now see, go to the data flow, and here you can see the two more classes here. How the data is started from here and how it reached there. It's empty. And how the data comes here after the query transform. It will ask you where you want to see, in the left or the right. I will see in the left. And how the data come and go from there. Click and see the right, it's empty. Okay, so this is the difference between the normal execution and the debugging execution. And to just come from the debug mode, you have to click on this stop debug. Okay, now yesterday or the previous session we discussed about the management console and the central management console. There is a two-way to go to the management console. One, the quick and easiest way is just click on this icon, Data Service Management Console. It will open in your default browser. Right now it's opening into the Chrome IE Internet Explorer. Okay, I have already set up in the Chrome. Here you can see to provide the details, system administrator or whatever the credentials you have, login. And here you can see the administrator, auto documentation, data validation, impact and linear analysis, operational dashboard, data quality reports. Here we have all the jobs that we built. Here you can see the repository report here. You will see the logs, batch job status, batch job configurations in the second tab, and repository schedules if you want to schedule any job. So first, let's discuss the batch job status. Here you can see the job name that we recently built, data migration, job server, and job information. Trace, monitor error, the same thing that we can see from the designer, the start time, end time, and the duration. Okay, and here you can see the status is failed. Okay, so if you click on the trace, you can see the logs, the monitor log, error log. Okay, and let's suppose you want to execute this job from here. So if you come to this option, batch job configuration, you will get all the list of with the project. Okay, so you can execute, you can add and schedule and export execution command. Export execution command is nothing but it will create a command so that you can use that command from different platforms like batch scripting, PowerShell scripting, or any other tools. Okay, it's like a APIs. Okay, and when you schedule a job, then it will be available here.
Alright, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a component of SAP BODS? Option A, Data Integrator. Option B, Data Quality Option. C, Data Services. Option D, Data Warehousing. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ready to master SAP BODS? Our course is designed just for you, and you can take it at your own pace on Teachable. In this course, we'll guide you through everything you need to know about SAP BODS. It's like your ultimate toolkit for managing and transforming data seamlessly across your organization. From understanding the basics to mastering advanced techniques, we've got you covered. Our instructors are seasoned pros with years of experience in the field, ready to support you every step of the way. But don't just take our word for it. Hear from our satisfied students. They found our course incredibly valuable and practical. The best part? You can access all this knowledge at an affordable price that won't break the bank. Ready to elevate your data management skills? Enroll now on our course page. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website below.
So today we will learn how to create the repository for the individuals. Okay. And for the disclaimer, the presentation, including examples, images, and references, are provided for information purpose only, and we should comply with all the copyright issues, and the credit shall be given to the images taken from the open sources and cannot be used for promotional activities. So we will start that part today. Okay. So I believe you are able to log into the designer like that. Okay. So today, first we will create repository. If you go to the programs, okay, then you will see the SAP Data Service 4.3 and Data Service Repository Manager. Okay. Again, here you will see the local, central, and provider. We will create a local. Then we will choose SQL Anywhere and version. Okay, so you can create in parallel one of, like, I'm creating one, so you can create one more as well. So you can decide who want to proceed, and then after that, as we are also recording the session, so uh, you can take a reference from here, or one of you can do it in parallel. Is that fine? Mohit, would you like to create that, or anyone else? Just find the SAP Data Services 4.3 and open the Data Service Repository Manager. Once you reach there, just let me know. So till now you're clear on this part?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so you just provide the details to the server. I'm just punching it, SAP BODS, the THEMD labs.com. Let me check this again. I believe you also received these details over the email from the vendor. Okay, database name is BI4. Yes, I'm creating for 3. Okay, sorry, for 2. And Mohit, just use BI4 underscore DS3, not 2. Okay,
DS3.
because
Okay. Sure,
okay,
sure.
password I believe you have. If not, then I can share with you. What do you have?
Password
Okay, so
TP.
DBA, username is DBA, and password is SAP B in caps, and after that ODS and 123. Okay, now just click create. Maybe you will not get this prompt because you are creating a fresh repository, and I'm just overriding the existing repository. Okay, that's why I
Existing.
get this.
Okay.
So we will wait here okay, till this complete. So we can utilize this time and rather than waiting for this. If you have any query for from the previous session or anything, so then we can discuss now. So I believe you are also getting these logs.
Yeah.
So this is the architecture of the BODS, okay, available in the PPTs of the module one, okay. So these are the front end, management console, data service management console, and the designer. These two things are connected to the repository that we are right now trying to create, okay. These repository lives into the database, okay. Database, it's like a collection of tables, the object, function, whatever we create into the designer. It is stored in this repository. Okay. And once we instruct this management console or designer to execute any job, it asks repository to pull the data from the jobs, pull the data from the database, like the metadata, and it asks to the job server to communicate with the engine to process the data. Once data is processed, then it just make the transformation and load the data if required, and that's how it flow. The job server is used for the batch jobs, okay, and the access server is used for the real time messaging. Is it clear now? Data stored in the repository. It's just a connection. Data
Okay.
doesn't store here. Data is just live at their own places, whether it's source database or it can be a target database. Okay, it never come to here. It just make a connection and store the connection details so
Okay.
that whenever it
Got it.
required, we can fetch or push the data. So let's suppose you want to create a data store for SAP HANA. It will not store the data from the HANA at in the job server anywhere. It will
Mm-hmm.
just create a connection and it will keep the details of the connection so that whenever it required, it will pull the data or push the data. It's not the memory. It's like a, what I can say, it's like a phone. Like you have the contact detail of Mohit, right? So you can connect anytime by calling on that number. So it's like you're storing the address. Talk. You are not storing the conversation anywhere. You are just whenever it required, you are just calling him and you are just making the conversation, right? In a similar way, you have the contact detail of the data store or the database. You communicate whether it can be a push or pull, and that's it. The architecture here is you log in into the main portal with the administrator. Okay. After that, you get the list of the repositories. Right now, if you log in into the administrator, you will see the two repository, DS and the DS1. Okay. So we are creating two and three. Three is by Mohit and I'm creating two. So
Okay.
I will use RS or the DS, whatever DS1, you can pick one and you all three can distribute one of these. Okay, so you can work independently.
Okay.
Okay.
And
Okay.
always make sure that you logged in into your own repository only so that other should not be interrupted. If you log in into the other, then it will ask you, okay, this person is already logged in. Do you want to reset or you want to cancel? Okay. So by any chance, is it possible for any one of you to share your screen, not today, in future and working as well? Because if you need any help from my side to fix any problem at your side, then I need to see
Mhm.
what is happening there.
Hello?
I think supporting can answer that.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hi.
that won't be an issue. You can join.
Okay. Okay. So, um, uh, actually, our plan was to do everything on our official DS, like, but the thing is, we don't have access to create the data store and everything. So these things are taking some time. Is it possible, Anshul, that maybe from next week, if we get everything, every right in our uh, Office DS, can we create a repository? I mean, we'll have a repository there, and can we do rest of our practicals in our DS systems?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. And firstly, don't bother about the repository creation. If you know, it's well and good. If you don't know, that's also good. The reason is it's a once in a while activity, and generally the admin team will do that for you.
Yeah.
Okay, if someone is leaving in your company and someone will replace that, so you will get that repository. So it's not it's like a whenever the organization is starting their product or services on the BODS, it's a one-time activity. Okay, but it's always not required to remember everything, because you can just refer the document and you can create. It's a time-taking process, not the complicated. So you are putting the whatever the details you are putting over there.
Yeah, so I'm
Mala,
put,
can you check if, like, by any chance there is an extra space in your password? Just try to copy the password in a notepad and then try to copy that.
okay.
Because, I mean, maybe.
Yeah, let me.
And I believe
Okay.
the server detail is also there. It's not blank.
Yeah, system host and port I put already from the email, what was mentioned, SAP
SAP ECC,
BODS.
SAP ECC colon 6400, and username is administrator. Password is SAP BO DS123, right? No, so in the system, just put SAP ECC colon 6400. And Mohit, is it same for you as well and not responding? Okay, so just leave it there. Okay, don't do anything. Now,
Sure, sure.
I hope you get the details for the login of the central management console. Did you receive that?
Central management console. Just give me a minute, please. Service
No? Take your
management
time. On
console.
that in your browser of the RDP, not in your local system, okay? And the credentials are same. You will be you should see this screen. Okay, perfectly fine. 1 second, please. Okay, so now just log in and we will go to the data services. Okay, can you see? Okay, that's good. And now configure a new report data service repository. Yeah.
Okay.
Now we will give the repository repo DS2, and you should give the DS3.
Repo underscore DS3. Yeah.
Repository for DS2. Okay, so now the database type will be SQL anywhere.
Okay.
Okay, server name is SAP BODS damlabs.com. Port is going to be remain same. PI4 underscore DS2, and it will be a DS3 for you. Username is DBA. Password you have. Okay, and rest things will remain same. Please let me know once you are done with these details.
Okay. Just give me a moment. Okay. Yeah. Good.
Now click on the test connection. You should
Yes.
get
Successfully
connected
connected. Yeah.
successfully. Perfect. Save.
Saved. You can see DS2 and
Right now I can't
DS3 as
see
well.
your repository. Let's see.
But yeah.
Now I can see. Okay.
Okay.
Can you see that whatever you created, I can see here, and you can see Maya as well. Am I correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so now the repository is created. Now one thing is remaining to connect these repository to the job server. Okay, I will ask the admin in the backend to add them into the job server. Okay, once he will confirm, then we will go ahead. Okay. So now we can see we will log into the data service designer. Okay, and don't log in and don't select the repository until or unless I say. Okay, but now I want to show you that you will see the 4 repository here. Can you see? Okay, now we will wait for the confirmation once the job server is connected to these repository. I hope it's pretty simple to create the repository. So it's a matter of just details, you having the correct details. That's it.
The step which we performed in like a repository manager, so that is still not responding. There are two steps which we performed. Like one is uh, creation of the local repository and through this repository manager. This is one step, and then
Right.
we when we then we did the repository creation or like configuration in the central management console, right? So what is the
There is one
significance
more
of
step.
these two activities, like creation of local repositories, like physically creating the repository in the database behind it?
No, no, no. First of all,
Uh-huh.
this we are not creating the repository. If I talk technically, okay, the
Okay.
repository is already built by the username. Can you see the database name? Whatever we give the database name, right? So
Okay.
DI4,
Yeah.
DS2, then he provided DS3. These are the databases created by the database admin, right? You ask them to create, okay, one databases for one repository. You need one database for one repository. So once you have these details, then you link the data services. Okay, so what you ask the data services to whatever you design that will store in that database, right?
Okay.
Let's suppose you design one ETL. So where it will store, okay? So it required a one place. So that's why this is the database where your development will store. You are
Okay.
just creating a connection again, nothing more than that. So what will happen in this database, you will have the metadata tables. Once we created this from the repository manager, then we create the user into the central management console. Central management console, it's the name suggests to managing the resources, to manage the access, the permissions like that. So we created the repository, but right now we created the repository or just make an entry in the central management console. Okay. And after that, what will happen that we created the story. So we have to connect with the job server so that we can execute the jobs, process the data, right? So this BODS is installed on the Linux server. We can install the BODS on the Linux on the Windows server as well, but this is installed on the Linux server and we are accessing through the RDP server. That's why I ask admin to add the job server against these repository. Again, let me show you if you want to show that what is the steps. I can show you, but I can't add. So it's again a very simple. Here you can see the data service server manager. Here you can see the job server one. So what happening here? I have the view access here because this is Windows server we are accessing through. But this is installed on the Linux, so we can't use the UI part. We have to write the commands to do that. Okay, so that's why the
Okay.
admin team is doing that, and we will have update in few seconds or few minutes only. Okay, so that's how you just need to click on the job server, then add button will be available. But in the Linux server, you have to write the commands. Okay, so that's
Okay.
how it
Okay.
works, and then close and restart. You can close the repository manager like this, like I did. Okay, please check.
Just give me a
Just
minute. Yeah, I'll quickly confirm back to you. Yeah. Yeah. So we will not have any training on weekend.
Mohit, can you try to log in on a particular repository? I'm going to share my screen again.
Sure, sure. So which repository I should log into? DS3, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just double clicked.
I think single click also will work.
Yeah, I think it's opening now.
Okay. Can everyone see my screen?
Okay, so my data service is open now.
Can even check if they can see the download folder? Okay, in the download folder, do they have the file called train.csv? Okay, in that scenario, that I put the link on the chat. Okay, so you can use this link to download this file, data file. Is the designer open for you? Okay. Okay, so now it's also open for me. And what about Sheetal and Mala? Perfectly fine. Okay, so let's now you understand how to create the repository. Okay, and here at the bottom, can you see everyone whether the job server is available to you or not? Just see my cursor on the left, sorry, right bottom corner on the blue icon, small blue icon. And what is the status at the left bottom corner? Okay, and what next? It's this only or okay, so it's similar whatever is available on my screen as well, right? This is for everyone or does anyone? That's the problem, like how I can see, okay. Okay, let's do some basic thing to validate whether our environment is ready or not. Okay, just create a new project. Okay, go to the project, new and project. You can name it by yourself, okay, on your name. So that you should be aware. Okay, and then after that, click right click and new batch job. And please keep me informed whether you are able to do that or you are done or like that so that I get to know. Once you click the job, then you will get a white canvas area. Okay. Now click on the script icon at the right hand side, the vertical pan. Click script and click on the white canvas area. So you will see this icon, the script icon. Now double click on that icon. So this is the script, okay, that maybe you remember that I told you that, okay, we have some programming language here, okay, which is pretty simple. Click on the script icon, okay, click. Then your
Yeah.
the mouse will be like a cross icon and just put it, then click on the, okay. Now double click on the script. Is everyone here? Now just type print in a similar, okay, print, open parenthesis, colon, the single quote, hi or whatever you want to write, close in again single quote and close parenthesis and semicolon. I believe you can see my screen. Okay, just do it in a simple way, the similar thing. Are you done? Now validate this icon. It's look like our repository is not created correctly. The reason is it's saying that function print is not available into the repository. Okay, so definitely the reason that the repository is not created correctly because Mohit, you remember that it's again that is stuck, not responding, right? Okay, so I raised my concern to the admin. So he is looking into that, but let's see if we can create the file format or not. Okay, so
Okay.
but
Okay.
you
Okay.
understand how the things work, right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
now the thing is while it creating the repository, not all objects is imported. So that may be the reason. But we have the designer ready. So let's start. So go to the file format, everyone. Okay, before that, everyone please download the file. I give the link into the chat. Okay, just click and you will be able to download the file. Okay, I'm just said you can skip that file. Okay, I'm just sending one new file. I have pasted the link into a chat box. Please download. Are you guys able to download? Okay, okay, fine. Now go to the designer and the formats and in the flat files. No, sorry, in the Excel workbook. Right click and then new. In the bottom left corner, you will see the format here.
Okay.
Not flat in the Excel workbook.
Okay.
Right click
Mm-hmm.
and click new.
Okay. Okay.
Has everyone reached here? Okay. So just give a name in the top, format name. Okay. You can give by yourself. There is no restrictions. Okay. File location, we will keep it blank. Okay. And in the directory, select folder and just navigate the file from where you download it. Okay. Then click OK. I put it into a download folder. That's why I'm selecting downloads. Now you can just see whether you have downloaded and you can select that location. Once you select the
Okay.
correct location, then you can click on the file name, select file. Then you will be able to see the file if you select the location correctly. Then select the file and click open. You see the file, window file names. Now, what is the difference between the name range and the worksheet? Okay, worksheet is similar the tabs do generally we have in the Excel. Okay, and let's see, like open it here. So this is our the data sheet. Okay, so this is the worksheets. Okay, like this. I can create more. Okay, and what is name range? Is anyone know? what is named range like here?
Okay.
Okay, name range is something that we define the data set within the whole data. Okay, I'm just doing the changes into the file I pointed out. So select all and control T. Okay, then it will ask you my table has the header and click OK. Now it created as a name range. Where is my cursor? In the top left corner. Okay, I'm just putting as a raw data. Now this is created as a table called raw data and seed name is train. Okay, I'm going to save it and close it. If I select the name range, then I can see I can give the name range via the parameters or this global variables. We will learn this in a later stage, but what will happen that we can define the name range that I put the raw data. But into the worksheet, what I can see that I can see the train sheet is here. Okay, if I have the multiple sheet, I will get the list of all the seats. Okay, I selected the train. Now it's field or the custom range. We can define the custom range by putting the variables as well. Okay, so here we will get the all fields. Now you have two more options. Use first row value as column names. So we will use that. Just check this box. And after that, import schema. So it will import the data, import the schema. Okay, please do that and let's see if you are able to achieve this or not. Perfect. What error we have? So now you are at this step, right? You can see the file field name data type, right? Perfect. Then click OK.
Okay.
Okay, so once you're done, then you will see there your defined data for other file format in the Excel workbox. Okay, so the job you recently created and put the script, just delete that. Okay, click on that and press the delete button, or you can delete by clicking the right click as well. Okay, now we will add data flow. Okay, click on the data flow and from the right hand side vertical pan, click and then click on the canvas area. Is everyone able to do that? Yeah, then double click on it and you will have the another canvas area. Okay, then just click on the file that you recently created. Just click and hold and drag and drop to the canvas area. Maybe you noticed one thing earlier session. I told you that Excel workbook can be used as source only, not target. Whenever we pull the flat file, it gives an option to make source or target. Okay, but when we pull the Excel format, it never asks you to define the whether it will be a source or target because it's only property to have a source only. Okay. So whenever you pull table or flat file, you will have the option to choose as a source or target. But when you pull the Excel file, you will have only option to as a source. Okay. Now we will add query transform from the right hand side. Click and again click on the canvas. Okay. Take your time. Are you able to continue, Sita? Hi everyone, can you hear me? I'm sorry, I lost due to the connection issue. I'm just sharing my screen again. Please allow me a second. I hope you everyone able to get the data or see the data from the Excel, and you have already pulled the query transform. Okay, just connect these two, Excel and query transform, and just you will see that just one small thing from the Excel to the query. It will create an arrow. Okay, now double click on the query transform. Are you able to do that? Okay, so now you can see on the left hand side the input schema, and on the right hand side the output schema is blank. Okay, in the previous session I asked you or show you that how to just drag and drop the columns from left to right and you will get the mappings. So would you like to try? Please try that. And okay, everyone just pull a random few columns, not all the columns. Okay, so that you will see that you can change anything. You have the flexibility. Okay, so all of three just do by yourself rather than asking each other that okay, which column we need to pull. Just random some few columns from input to output. Okay, now you all have the output schema. Maybe you have two columns, four, or as whatever you decide. But please make sure there is nothing is crossed or red error. All are dark blue. Okay, perfectly fine. Now right click on the right hand side output schema. Then you will get an option to create file format, target file format, something like that. Are you getting any options? Output schema, right click at the table on the top. Okay, let's wait for a few seconds. I believe it should open. Okay, click on that and new file format will open. The new file format window will open. Okay, so maybe you remember from the previous session, it's look similar way, the flat file, right? Okay, so that's why I didn't create a file format this time because I told you previously how to create the file format. Okay, now this is another way, a quick way to create a file format based on your requirement. Now the best part of it is you all three choose random columns. You don't know which column is chosen by the CTEL or you don't know each about it. Okay, so you choose based on your requirement and it created the file format based on your selections. Okay, so you can create file format like this way quickly whenever you need it. Now on the left hand side in the properties you will see one option, right header. Option will be selected as a no. Just scroll down on the left hand side and you will be able to see the option right header. We selected the four column, the right row header is selected yes. So what does it mean is whether you want to write the header in the file or not. That's actually it means. If you want to insert the data only or you want to write the header as well. So then you have to select based on your requirement. Okay. Yeah, no worries. It's a first time, so don't worry or don't panic. Okay. So once you are familiar with this and you can move quickly. So it's first time. So this is your first day even for while you're accessing the designer. So that's no problem. And see that please define the name in the file format, whatever it is written like file format 192, so that
Okay.
it's a meaningful name so that you or the other developer can understand. It's your for the developers only. So, but we should practice to give a proper name so that we can understand. Okay, now assign the root directory and the file name. So there was a two thing. Okay, train output is a file format name, not the file name. Okay, and in the file name we will define the file name. So at what name, with name it will be placed at a location. Okay, so now
Okay.
define the location. Click on in that area, root location, root directory. Okay, now you can define your location where you want to put this file. Go on the top and you will see the download folder, desktop or wherever you want. And with the file extension. Here we want to create a CSV file, so you can say the .csv because you selected the delimiter in the comma. Can you see? So that's why we are creating a CSV file by default. Okay, now you can just save at the bottom left corner, then save and close. ATL, okay, I'll tell you the ATL is the coding or something in which format SAP migrate the code. To be honest, I don't know the full name, so I'm not sure whether you are right or wrong, but I don't know to be honest. But the ATL is like a file format, okay, in which they migrate the code. Okay, there are two ways to migrate the code from different environments. One is through the central repository, one is through the ATL. So whatever your object you define or create, you can export into the ATL format. And you can import that ATL in the other repository. Let's suppose Mala created one object on data flow. So she can export that data flow in a ATL format and save at their local system. They can store anywhere on their personal computer or anywhere. Okay. And if you want to share your code with the Seetal or Mohit, then they can import the same file and they will get the same design or same thing in their designer. You can read the ATL in the notepad and you can make the changes as well. But you have to be a very expert knowledge to make the changes in the notepad file. But not everything will not be changeable or editable in the ATL file. The reason is especially the credentials. So if someone say, okay, I will export the ATL file and I will be able to see the credentials. No, it's not possible. Other ways, then we can get the credentials, but we can't copy that. We will get don't we will not able to know the password, but we will be able to use that password. Okay, it's a hack. If we want, then I can share in the last, but right now it's not required. Now, Sheetal, please select the data flow in the project area or go back. So now you have the file format. Okay, you defined. Now access the flat file, expand the flat files and drop in the canvas. Now validate. There is no error at all. Okay. Can anyone do that and confirm whether all done? Okay, now select the job on data flow. Now validate again and right click on the new job on execute, save changes. Now please wait. Make sure everyone has the job server or server group. Can you see this is listed in everyone? And Sita, can you click on this and see if anything else is there also? Only one. Okay, if everything looks good, then click OK. Okay, let's see if anyone has the same error or what's possible. So now, okay, don't worry. Maybe this may be the again reason for the repository. Okay, but let's see. So these are the traces. Okay, the logs. Okay, so you can see the timestamps and messages when the job is started, when the data flow is started. If you see, see the data flow DF1 train is started. Yeah, data flow is started and terminated with the error code as well. Okay, so these are the logs so that developer can read and analyze whether it's performance issue, failed, or something else. Okay, so in the next step, right now you are in the trace. Okay, and if you see the cross icon, and there is one monitor in the bar as well. So click on the bar. This is the monitor tab. How many row we processed and what was the time taken by the process. Okay, so 0 row processed in this process because it failed. Now let's go to the error tab. Again, it's saying that file permission is not given to you. Okay, you are not able to open the file. This is happening just because of access issue sometime. Okay, but your job is working fine. So here you can see that it's failed just because of the access. You don't have the file path permission. Okay, but your data flow get processed. Okay, now let's
Okay.
do one more thing. Okay, now right click the new job and don't select anything, right click and now click start debug. Yeah, please select OK. Okay, select no. Okay, now you have a lot of windows. Okay, just cross everyone except the middle one. In the bottom, you can see the black screen. Cross that one. Yeah, cross this one as well. This one as well.
Okay.
And the vertical as well, the call stack. Yes.
Okay.
Now go to the data flow. Now you can see the glass icons and click on each from the left hand side. Okay, let me share my screen. My window is open. Okay, meanwhile you can try at your side. Okay. Okay. Maybe we can see later like what you are
Okay.
getting on your screen.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So, but can you see my screen now? So I'm
Mm.
executing the same kind of job. Okay. Can you all see that it's completed successfully? Yeah, maybe the file and location and path access error. Okay, we will look into that. Okay, that's why I raised my concern to the admin. Okay, so fix this issue. Okay, so here we can see the data, how the data is flowing. Okay, I have the same file and after query, it's showing like this. Okay, and in the train data, I'm just keeping it left. It's coming here and it's showing cannot convert the sales into the decimal file. Okay, so let's see if available where it is location is archive target CSV. So here you can see that we loaded the data into the one another file. Okay, so in this scenario we have two files as a source. One is as a source and one is as a target. But we can have a different set of files or databases. We can place anything anywhere. Okay, we can pull the data from the databases to the file to database. We can combine multiple data set. We can join them and put it together in a single database or file. Okay, so this is how it works. I believe you have clarity on the bad jobs, how what is bad job, workflow, data flow.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary use case of SAP BODS? Option A, building data warehouses. Option B, extracting, transforming, and loading data. Option C, providing real time analytics. Option D, developing business intelligence reports. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ready to master SAP BODS? Our course is designed just for you, and you can take it at your own pace on Teachable. In this course, we'll guide you through everything you need to know about SAP BODS. It's like your ultimate toolkit for managing and transforming data seamlessly across your organization. From understanding the basics to mastering advanced techniques, we've got you covered. Our instructors are seasoned pros with years of experience in the field, ready to support you every step of the way. But don't just take our word for it. Hear from our satisfied students. They found our course incredibly valuable and practical. The best part? You can access all this knowledge at an affordable price that won't break the bank. Ready to elevate your data management skills? Enroll now on our course page. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website below.
Today we will have a fourth session. I believe you have understanding what is PODS and how to create repository and what is bad job. So first in today's session, first we will discuss if you have any questions. Else we will continue with our content. Okay. So disclaimer for this session would be a copyrights issue. Okay. So um, we should align with the intellectual property of the ZaranTech. Okay. And today agenda is to data generation transform. Okay. Example of state generation, transform categories in BODS, data transfer, transformation. But to be honest, I will not cover this data transfer today because it's not required to learn this time. Okay, not on the fourth session. So we will learn after a few sessions because then we will have a proper use case. And after that pivot and the reverse pivot. Okay, and we will cover one more as well instead of the data transfer. Everything get resolved. Okay, today first I will set up your repositories, everything. And even I have developed one job in all of your repository. Okay. Now, just follow my steps. Okay. Now log in into the data service designer, and you have to update the system value here as well because it's changed. So once it's open,
Once,
just please let me know. So the new value is SAP RDP column 6400. Earlier it was ECC something. So now please change it to SAP RDP column 6400. You can see on my screen. Now the credentials are saying administrator. Can you see the repository listed below? Okay, so please log in to your respective repository only. So can you tell me which one is yours so that I can remember DS1, DS2, and DS3? So please log into your repositories and probably you will see one project is there, one job is there. So go to the project on the bottom left corner, click on the trainings, then you will have the project and job on top of the area, the project area. Okay, let's continue from here, okay, because I want to set up your environment first. Yeah, now I can see. So now go to the projects. Yes, click there. Projects on the bottom left corner. Okay, so now this is job created by me, okay, to check whether our environment setup is completed or not. Okay, so Mohit, just do the same thing for yourself as well. And now
yeah, I'm
I'll
here.
just right click on the new job. Okay, right click on the new job, not the training, not on the training. Just click outside this window. Now right click on the new job in the project area. Can you see the new job? Click on it. Now right click there. Now click on execute. Okay. Yeah, please click OK on this window. So now it's completed successfully without any error. Okay. Okay. So what is the status from your side, Mohit? Yeah, because the reason was the repository was partially created. Okay.
Okay,
If you okay, now let me share my screen again, then I'll explain you how you can verify. Okay,
okay,
so
okay.
let me share my screen again. So first thing before once you landed into the designer, make sure your job server should be running. Okay, there should not be any cross icon or anything. It should be like this. Okay, can you see on the bottom right corner where is my cursor? Okay, so here you can see it's pretty cool icon, the blue icon without any red mark. Okay, so it should be like this. And on the left hand side, you can see the job server. It's it's just giving the detail. It's not saying it's not responding, not there or like that, right? So this is the first condition. You should be like that. Okay. No, I didn't do anything. It was a setup error. So I asked admin to create the repository from the back end because repository was built on the Linux environment. Okay, maybe you remember that it was not responding, get stuck while we creating the repository. So that was the issue. So that's why I asked the admin, okay, just create from the Linux environment from the by using the command. So he created. Now we are on a scripts. Okay, let me show you. If you start typing, okay, you will see the functions available here on a particular day on the last session we were not getting like this because functions was not loaded into the repository. Are you getting my point? So to print something, just a print function, okay, with the open parenthesis in the single quotes, just write your message and close and in semicolon after each statement. And please make sure to validate your script, okay, without any error. Then it's fine. Okay, so let's start with the. Maybe you remember in the previous session I explained you the type of transforms, okay, data integrator, data quality, platforms, and text data processing. So today we will cover few transforms from the data integrator. Okay, data transfer we will use in few session in the next few session, but not today because it's very useful. So we will learn by once we know something about the BODs. Okay, so today we will learn the date generation, pivot, reverse pivot, and we will try to cover uh, table comparison or the key generation. Okay, so let's see. Let's how I already created the date generation, but just keep as it is. Don't see it how it's showing. We will create new by ourselves. Okay, and first load the data. You may remember, create the file format. Okay, it maybe look like a repetitive steps, but now we don't have any data. That's why I want to create. I hope everyone has the sample data. Have you downloaded the file? Okay, so now just create a Excel file format like this. Okay, steps are visible on my screen, but you already know. So please try that. So that's why I'm asking to create a new file format. From the file formats, right click on the Excel workbook. Or if you want to just share your screen, then I will guide you. Now go to the file formats. No, it's not there in the bottom, just above the Chrome icon. Can you see the little bit file format? Yes. Click here, formats. Yeah. Click. You have to click over there. Now in the Excel, just expand the Excel workbooks. Second last option. Yeah. Now right click on the Excel workbooks, new. Okay. Now just give a name in the format name or format name. Now select directory. Just keep it blank as it is. Yeah. In the directory, select folder, file name. No, just check the worksheet. Select the worksheet from the drop down menu. No. The first default one, train. Yeah. This code page, change it to the default. You have changed something. Code page, default, top. Yeah. Now click check box on the use first row as a value, row value as column name, import schema. Yeah. Click OK. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I will stop sharing.
So now we have imported till now. Okay. So let's create a new data flow. I will delete this data flow. Okay. In the report, in the job. So we have to click on the job, then select data flow, and we can delete. Okay. So when we delete the data flow or the workflow from our job, it's deleted from the job and the project only. Okay. Not from the repository. Okay. If you go to the data flows, you will see that the deleted data flow here. It will not be deleted until we delete from here. Okay.
Okay.
So that's why it's a reusable component we can use in a one job, in a multiple jobs as well. Okay, but a script is not reusable component. If you delete, you will lose it. Okay. So workflow and the data flow are two components which are reusable. Okay. There are many reusable components, but I'm telling you right for these two types. Okay. So once you delete from the job, it will be deleted from the job, not from the repository. So now I'm creating one new data flow. Right click here and click on the canvas area. And I'm just renaming it to data. Just give a proper name. Try to always give a proper name so that you or your colleagues can understand when they just log in. Okay. What is the purpose? Try to give a name so that we can understand what purpose for we have designed it. Okay, and if you have a very big picture, you have a full description, you can do one more thing. There is one function annotation. Okay, click here and put your card over there, and you can write anything. Okay, it's nothing but it's just a comment. Okay, it will not do anything, but whenever the developer comes, they can read and can understand for what purpose you have designed something. So you can use this as well. Double click on the data flow. Okay, let's pull the training data file as a source. Now we will use the query transform, join them, and create a template table. Click on the template table icon and click again on the canvas area. Okay, now give a table name. Okay, now click OK and join them. Now we will make some changes into the query transform. Okay, we will select few columns. Okay, so you can skip any columns by yourself, or I want to move all the data because I will use this table in further use cases. Okay, so in this use case, I'm just dumping all the data. Okay, go back from here, the the green icon, and go to the job label and validate. There should not be any error. Okay, so just check and confirm. No columns defined for the target schema, because maybe you have not made the changes into the query transform. So and before that, can you just maximize it? This window? Can you see the maximize? Yes, please. Yeah, perfect. So how you can map all the columns? Just select first and holding the shift key, select the bottom, and you can drag all over again. Providing just hold the shift key. Yeah, perfect. Drag and drop. Perfect. Now there is two order dates. So just delete the order date _1 on the right hand side. Right click. Okay, perfect. Now just go back. Perfect. Now go at the label of the job. Click on the job, new job. Okay. Now validate all. Just remember what there is two validate buttons: validate current and validate all. Okay. So when we validate at a job label, then we try to validate all. Okay. There is no error. Okay.
Okay.
Mohit, I believe there is no error at your side. So now just pull the template table from the right hand side pan. Okay, click here and click on the canvas. Now join the query and the training data. So now just
Yes.
go at the job label. Now validate all. There should not be any error. So now we will try to execute this job. Right click on the new job and click execute. Okay, wait, don't execute, start debug. And don't click anywhere. Okay, let it run. Okay, click on yes if asking for the yes, and click OK here. Okay, now don't click anywhere, just wait to complete it. Can you see this window at your side? If this window arrives you, just click on no. And this means we don't want to stop the debug session. Okay, if we want to stop the debug session, then we will click on yes. Okay, but now I don't want to stop my session. Can you see the SAP RDP just below that we have an icon,
Just go on the.
and just below that, just below the SAP, there is icon, red icon. Now right click on the new job and execute, not start debug. Maybe there is some issue for the access server. Now it's completed. Okay, successfully. Can you see that it's printing hi Mala and it's also completed. So I will take it offline for the why the debug session is not working. Okay, so this is not important for now. So we will not waste our time. We will continue to learn. Okay, new things. So let me share my screen again, and I will guide you how to now what we will going for the next. Okay. So now our data is loaded into the training data. Okay. If you click on the glass icon, you will be able to see the data. Perfect. not query here in the training data within the data flow. Perfect. If you are able to see the data, it means the data has loaded. Okay. Now
Okay.
this is the template table. Okay. What does it mean? Why we calling as a template table, not the table? Template table is in memory table. That's why this icon is different. The light blue icon. Okay. So here in the template table, you can see the training data. Can you go to the data stores and then expand the DS SQL anywhere? And in the template tables, expand it and you will see the training data. Now, how to convert the template table into a permanent table? Okay, so now you have created the template table. So why we create the template table? For our development purpose. When we are not sure whether our target table will look like this or we have to make the changes. Okay, let's suppose you have the requirement, okay, and the requirement is changing frequently. So whatever column you decided here, you will see the same columns in the template table. Okay, let's suppose here you can see the columns called row ID and order ID, right? And let me move one column. I'm going to remove the row ID and let me rerun this job and let's see what will happen. And don't do it at your side. Okay, let's see, understand first. Now new job is completed. Let's see here. I will recheck the data, close the previous windows from the previous session. Can you see that row ID is removed? Okay, so that's why if our requirement is changing, our values are changing, then we try to keep that as a training data, the template table, so that our target table should update accordingly. We don't need to go to the database, modify the create a statement, delete the data or anything. It handles these things by itself. Okay, so that's why we use the template table. Once our requirement is clear, okay, let's suppose we decided to go with this. We want to keep the row ID as well. Insert a verb. Okay, so let me rerun. It's completed. Let's validate again. Again, you can see the row ID. Okay, so now let's suppose you get the confirmation. Okay, this is what the customer or the client is asking. Okay, and they approve. Okay, this is what we are looking for. Now right click on the table and you will see import table option. Can you check at your side? Are you guys able to see this option? Okay, please see the icon color. Okay, and see the color after I click the import table. The row and the column separators are there, right? The vertical tables. So this is the permanent table. Okay, so you can now identify by seeing the icon which one is the template, which one is the permanent, right? So, Mohit, are you able to see the import table option now? Like right click and the import table. Now click and the import table and you will be able to do that. Okay, perfect. Now we have the data in our database as well and in our file as well. Okay, so let's learn. Now we will learn the date generator. Okay, before going to that, let's analyze this data. Okay, so this use case is complete. The data migration simple. Okay, now let's understand this data first. Row ID, it's showing in a decimal format. Okay, we are not expecting that. Order ID look fine. Order date is showing in an incorrect way. Shipping date, okay. Order date and shipping date and ship mode, customer ID, customer name, segment, country, city, state, postal code. Postal code again with the zeros. We don't want that because it should be varchar, right? Product ID, category, subcategory, and the sales. Sales should be decimal. Okay. So what we want to do let's suppose this is order date. We have shipping date is there. Now the delivery date we want to know. And there is standard, okay, uh, when the delivery is happened, okay, for this. Okay, so what we can do, let's create, we will again in this job, we will delete this data flow, okay, like this, and create new data flow. Click on the data flow, again click on the canvas area and give the name date generator and open the data flow. Once you reach here, please let me know. Okay, I think Rana, let's do one thing. Okay, let me complete first. Then what we can do, one of you can share your screen and we will repeat the process. It's not about the rhythm. What happens you will not understand, but because you will learn the steps only. Okay, one in the chunks. But what will happen if we complete first and the when and again share your screen? First, you will have the at least a bookish knowledge. Let's say you attend one live session and how the things are working. Then you will have a practical continuously. Right now, what is happening? Like you are learning one step, then again I'm continuing. It's breaking us. And if you want to switch, please let me know. I don't have any concern. Okay, I'm happy with any option. From the data store, now we have the data in our database. So in the tables, we import it so we can see the training data. So we will pull this table into the data flow, make source. Okay. Now we will use the query transform. Today we are going to learn the date generator. So we will pull and put it here and connect with the query. Now what is date generator? Okay, let's open it. Date generator is nothing but the date generator. Its name suggests it create one column, only one column, okay? And it asks you the start date, end date, and incremental frequency, and the join rank. Join rank is nothing but if you want to join this data with some other sources, then it asks you to join to prioritize the joining condition. Okay, so generally we keep as 0. Okay, if we increase, then it will join first and the other things will happen later. Okay, so for now, just skip the join rank. Okay, just keep it default. So here you can see the start date is today's date, 10th of July 23, and till what date we want to generate the dates. Okay, end date I want to keep it as August, or anyone wants to keep to anyone want to give me a suggestion to till when we can create. Okay, let's keep it till 10th of August. Okay, and we want to incremental the dates by daily, and we have other options as well, monthly, weekly, or we can define by our parameters. Like we want to increase the dates by 2 days. Okay, let's suppose today is 10th of July. We want next date is 12th, 14, like that. Right now, what will happen? It generate the 30 or 31 column, like 10th of July, 11, 12, like this. Let's close this. Now into the query transform, we will see, we will keep all the columns from the training data. Now in the schema in, you can see the two sources, training data and the date generation. Let's pull this date generated date here and we will rename it to the delivery date. Okay, so now we don't need to make any changes. We want to just keep insert the rows from here and let's dump into the one-time table. When there is a data flow processing, you can see the process here as well. Can you see the process? These figures are changing. So let's see. Okay, then what was the value generated by this transform? Okay, see. Can you see? Only 32 values is generated, 32 rows, and in one column. Okay, till 10th of August. And here we have the training data. And what was the output? Let's see on the right. Can you see? It's added one more column at the last. We have pulled this. Okay, now it created the cross join because we didn't define any join. That's why it created the cross join. Okay, now let's follow a particular use case rather than just doing it. Why we need and how we can use this. I deleted the training data. I created the date generation and for the one column, only for the date. In the query, we have again the same things, the same columns that we pull from the training data. So I will delete that and date value and again pull the same columns and try to convert, use any functions and convert this value. Here you can see, sorry, here you can see the functions. Click on functions, new window will pop up. Okay, so there are a lot of functions, aggregate functions, average, count these things, max, min, sum, conversion functions, custom function that we develop by ourselves. Okay, so right now we don't have database function, key generation, total row, SQL, and date functions here. Okay, here we will use this function to drive the values to create our dim date table. Okay, so here let's use month. We want to drive the month of the date. We will use the quarter. Okay, and the year. Okay, and is this a weekend or not? Okay, so let's create these values. Go at the beginning. Okay, now just start typing month. You will see the month function at the bottom. Just select that function and close. And once you put, it will give you the syntax. Okay, that how to use this. Okay, just close parenthesis and apply. And see, there should not be any cross icon. Okay, we will rename it to month. Okay, and this is the one way we created and we added it. And another way is right click, new output column, insert below. Okay, and you can see the year. Here should be the int. Click OK. Now do the mapping from beginning. Here is right. Here, then you will see the functions. Select that and drag the input like here. Close and apply. Okay. So create one more is weekend and in the end UI. And I'm not changing anything into the temp date, okay, because it will update automatically. Let's validate it. There is no error, and let's run it. Let's see what is generated from the date generation, okay, and what was the output from the query. So date value is 10th of July, month is 10, year is 23, is weekend 0. 0 is false. And for the 15th of July is falling on the weekends. 15th and 16th, so we can check 15th and 16th are what weekends. Okay, so that's how we can create our dim tables where we have the where we have the date information, or we can join these values with other as well. Like how? Let's suppose we created the years of data. We can join this data to connect or join with the order dates, delivery date, ship date like this, so that we don't need to drive all the data all over again. So we can use that. So what you can do, okay, what generally in the business, what happens, okay, we generally create the date generation to create the dimension table, the date dimension table with all the information, year, month, weekend, week name, or something like that. Okay, so we have that, and after that we use the dim table to join with these values, order date, ship date, so that we know we don't need to write again a functions to drive the year and month. We will just simply join and we can use that. Okay, if I give you a particular example, okay, let me generate. Okay, let's see what data we have in this. I'm just opening the Excel file we already have that I shared with you. Let me see the dates here. Here you can see the dates from 2015 to 18. Okay, and in the shipping 2015 to 2019. Okay, so let's generate rerun this date generator and derive the same dates from 2015, 31st, 12 till 2019. Okay, this is what we have in our data. Okay, training data. So let's rename it SQL date, month, year, and let's see. Let's see if I can generate a few more things. Week in a month, week in a year. So let's see week in a month. Create one more column. Okay, so now I have this, and let's rename it. I'll just rename it to a dim date. Okay, let's execute this job. If should not it should not give any error. Now it's done. Okay, let's see what data we have. Can you see? Now it's generated the data from 1st of January to 2050. Okay, so we will reuse that. Okay, in a later stage, probably today. Okay, so now anyone who wants to share your screen and do the same thing for the date generator. So let me explain you why we need to connect, or why we can use it without connecting as well. Okay, if you connect with the processes, then it will flow the your connecting thread. Okay, first script will execute. Once it completed, then it will execute the DF data migration. If you don't connect, what will happen that it will execute in parallel. A script will execute and the DF data generator will execute at the same time. The DF data migration will execute once the script is completed. So if we have the computation power, okay, then we can run the processes in parallel. But there should be condition. Condition is there should not be any dependency. Right now, these both the things are independent, so you can run independently without connecting to each other.
Okay.
But there will be a case when there should be a connectivity, because there will be a dependency on the first process. Then we have to connect these flows. So now just delete the data DF data migration, because we already used that and now it's not needed. Okay, and let's run without joining them because both are independent. Don't join them, and let's see at your side. Okay.
Yeah.
Now we will make the changes in the data generator, date generator. I think you name it as a data generator, but it's a date generator. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. You can rename it later. Okay.
Yeah.
That's no problem. Now go to the data flow. Now, can you just do it by yourself? I will stop you if you do it wrong. Yeah, because something got changed. Okay, the details gets changed, so that's why. But don't worry, your repository is set up. Okay, I have created one job already there, so everything is ready. You just need to have a new details. That's it. But today we are using the transforms that we have. So we pick one new transform, the first transform, date generator. Date generator it's create one column. One column. 1 second, Mala, please just give a name, the dim date. Okay, we want to be on a same page so that we can, whenever I say something, so you should be able to navigate to that. Okay. Okay, so my Sheetal, that's why we are going to create this, use this date generator. Just remove the underscore, please. Okay, so we will use this date generator to create the date dimension table. Maybe you remember from the first session that we should have the dimensions tables to join with our dates, order date, shipping date, delivery date, or anything like that. Okay. So that's why we are going to create that. So now firstly, she creating a new data flow and she pulled the date generation transform from the data integrator. You can see from the repository. And now she pulled the query and created one timetable from the right hand side toolbox. Okay, now she connected and let's see what she did next. Okay, so why you are setting the date here and just explain it, what you learn, what you understand. So here you can see the parameters. Okay, so we can define the parameters and we can select that respective parameter. Then it will work based on your custom requirement, alternative, 2 days, 3 days, whatever you want. Okay, so we will learn the parameters and variables tomorrow. Okay, today let's focus on this. But definitely, yes, you can do that. And you can also provide the parameter here as well. Okay, can you see that why it's asking for the name, for the date or the name with the dollar sign. So you can define dynamically as well. It's not needed. Okay, let's suppose you developed this job 10 years ago. Okay, so you can define by like based on today's date or the sys date. So it will be a change automatically. So you have to define the parameter. That's it. Just give a name to SQL date. Okay, double click. Yeah, SQL underscore date. Okay, and create one new output column. Don't change this mapping. Maybe you removed. Okay, but you need one date as it is, right? So it already mapped to the your input. Okay. So now create just pull the day DI generated date again into the schema out. Now rename and provide the function for the month. Okay, now follow the same step for the year is weekend, week in a month, week in a year. I will repeat it again, so don't worry. Now, if you see on the month column, the data type is showing date. It should be int, not date. Okay. Now click on the date corresponding to the month. Okay, then you will see the option. Click. Now select the int. Okay, just do it for everything. Year is weekend, but you understand why we are doing this. And let's try to execute in debug mode. If it runs successfully, else we will do it again in the execution mode. Now go to the data flow and see the data is there or not in the dim date. Just check whether is this as expected data or something different. So can you validate it by yourself? You have the date, month, year, everything. So you can validate by yourself, right? Okay, so can we move to the next transform? So here I'm using the dim date, okay, which is a timetable. So I can run this flow any n number of times and it will not impact anything. Okay, because it will just delete and reload the data. Okay, so I can keep it there or I can remove it. So earlier we removed, so now let's keep it there and we will learn the new things. And the next transform here today we are going to cover is pivot. Okay, pivot is something to transform or transpose your data. Okay, maybe you have use in the Excel. Okay, so I'm creating a one dummy data in the pivot. Okay, and what I can say So I created this random number, okay, by using the formula, okay. I didn't put by myself, okay. I just put the random number, fine. But you can see that this is the data you have received from the source, okay, or from the business. But sometimes it's difficult to analyze this data, but for the data processing or to understand. But the business, what they want location A, and in the second columns, the year, and the third column, the sales. Okay. So we want to convert or transpose this data in a different format. How we want? We want like location A. They want the data look like this. So we want to achieve this. Let's delete this and save this file. Okay. So I'm just closing this file and let's create new file format. Already a connection with the training data. The only thing what is changed. Okay, so we designed this file for the train seat. Okay, but now what I want to use, I don't want to use the train seat. I want to use the pivot seat that I created. In the format, you can see the option worksheet train. Select here and you can choose the pivot. Okay, and but you will not get an option to access import schema. Okay, we have to create a new file format quickly. Let's create. Okay, can you see the data now? In the query transform, we will pull the query transform and we will join. And let's fix this data. Location 2019. Okay, we will change the data type double to decimal up to 2 points. Okay, do it for everything. Okay, pretty simple. We just changing the data type here. Okay, now we will pull the pivot, drag and drop, simple. Just connect it. Okay, and now open this window. Now understand this. This is simple in and this is out. Pretty simple. Now it asking you pivot sequence column, how you want to sequence. Okay, non-pivot columns and the pivot set. Okay, non-pivot column. What would be our non-pivot column means? You don't want to flip those columns. Okay, so location will be our column which we don't want to flip. Okay, if I explain you again, we don't want to flip this column. This will remain same like this vertically, right? And we want to flip these columns only. Okay, so we will drag this location column here. Okay, and after that we will pull our these columns with the pivoted columns. We will select pivoted columns by holding the shift key or control key, whatever is comfortable for you, and drop into the pivot column. Okay. Now these two fields, data field column. Data field column means how you want to name the data values. Okay. If you remember here, I explained you that here we will have the location And here we will have the year, and here we will have the sales, like this. So data will be here. So what will be the data field? Sales. And what will be the header will be converted, because these are the header, and header will be converted into year. Okay. So we will say data field column would be sales and header column will be year. And please stop me if I'm going fast. Okay. Anything, refresh, and like suppose you have updated the value, but it's showing you again. Okay. So we have to click, just press F5. You should generally get a refresh icon when you select. Sorry, yeah. If you right click in the in schema, you will get the refresh, or you should just click on the F5. Okay, refresh, and you can validate. There should not be any error. Okay, so this is what we did. Maybe it looked complex, but it's pretty simple. So you have any question, just ask me, or I will explain you again. But please ask if you have any questions till here. So you understand this? This is our source data, right? So
Yeah.
we want to convert this data like this. We want we want like this. And let me pull for one more row. Okay, you will understand much better. Is it clear that what we have and what we want? If you see that location is our first column and we are not changing it, we are keeping as it is. It is just repeating the value, but we are not changing anything, right? So that's why we call this column as a non-pivot column. Pivot columns are those which we are changing. Non-pivots are where we are not changing. So location will be our non-pivot column. Okay, it's simple.
Okay.
What you are not changing, okay, it's simply non-pivot column. Okay, so here
Yeah.
you can see that we put only the location column into the non-pivot area. And in the pivot, we have transposed this column, this year. Here was the column. This is one column, this is one column, this is one column, right? There were 5
Yeah.
columns. So we are changing these 5 columns, right? So these 5 column will be the pivot column. So we have pulled
Yes.
all the 5 column into the pivot column area, right? Now we have pivoted the values. So what will happen? Let's suppose if I remove this. Okay, just forget this. I written here. So you have converted this and you have put the values. So you will name something like this. So what it is? It is year for you. So how, because your data will be transposed. So how you want to name it? Earlier, this was the header of your column. So now how you want to name it? So now you want to name your headers. So what name you will assign to them? So header will be assigned to year. So let's go back. Header column. So header columns now we will call as a year. And how you want to name the values, your sales values, you will call as a sales. Yeah, pivot set is something like what happens. There is one more thing. Let's suppose this is your sales data. Okay. And let's suppose you have profit as well. 25, 25, 22 crores or something. Okay. So you have this five rows, 5 columns for what I can say, sales, and another 5 for the profit. Okay. So you want to convert into the sequence, because how you will identify which one is sales, which one is profit. But I don't want to go into that because it will be complex for now. Definitely we will learn in a later stage, but it will be complex for now. Okay. So that's why I'm just going with the default option for now.
Okay.
But now you understand there are 4 points: non-pivot area, pivot area, data field columns, and header column. Is it clear? Please ask if you have any questions, any doubt. Once you learn, it will look pretty simple, but now it will look a complex. Okay, why we are doing this? I don't understand. Like this. These columns are pivoting only one time. If like let's suppose I say the profit will be there, then it will be a two set.
Okay.
Don't worry, just forget this area, the pivot set for now. Okay. Once we have a use case, definitely I'll explain you again why, how to use this pivot set. Okay, and please, I will request everyone to you just make a note whatever you want to ask. Okay, like when I'm saying okay, we will discuss in later stage. Please make a note, and definitely we will discuss with a proper example. So let's move ahead. We are done, and now let's dump in a table. Validate the whole job. These are the warnings. Okay, not the error. So I'm going to escape this because if you see here, then it's giving me an option that double that it's showing me the mapping a warning for the double, which I did intentionally. Okay, so I'm going to ignore them and execute in a start debug mode. Can anyone tell me why this is giving me an error? By looking to the message, error message. File is already open, that's why it's not allowing me. Okay, so I'm deleting the relevant data and let's process it. Okay, stop the debug session, the previous debug session, and run it again. It's completed perfectly fine. Okay, let's go to the pivot. Here, let's see the data. This is what we received from the source, and this is how it converted. Can you see that we were looking into the up to the 2 decimal only? So it converted. Okay. Now let's see the pivot on the left hand side. Location A is repeated 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Year 5, 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19. And let's validate the sales. Location A and 2015 has the sales of 4,383. Okay, which is equal. Good. Next is 7356. 2016 is 7356, and so on. Any questions? And then let's see in the state target table, loaded as it is, whatever we receive from the pivot transform. Here we are in the debug session. That's why it's showing you how the data was processed. Data is nothing. Data is not stored here. Data is only here and there only. This is how it's showing you that how the data is processed. What was the output from here? What was your output here? What was your output here? You can use. There is no limitation to use any query transform. But rarely you will find any options, okay, to use directly. There may be a chance to add something, delete something, remove something, modify something. There should be any high probability. There will be high probability. But there is no restriction. If you want, I can remove it quickly and let me show you. You can see my screen or okay, you are sharing. Okay, so let's do it without using the query transform. Create new Excel file, right click on the Excel workbook. Select the worksheet first. Now in the worksheet, yes.
Yeah.
Sheet 1, yes. Import schema. Now click OK. Okay. Now pull the pivot data table Excel file. Now just drag by yourself. Here you don't need to define the out. It will define by dropping in the below area. Now you have to drag and drop. You select the relevant column and drag and drop. And same for the other locations. Do it in a sequential manner. Okay, don't like make a copy. Okay, you remember you are doing it from your memory. Okay, just do it logically. So now you can see we have achieved this without using the query transform as well. But now you can see that your sales has a lot of zeros, okay, after decimal. So it's based on requirement. You can use the query transform to do something, to clean your data, or based on your total. It's based on your requirement only. Because we converted the data type. Right now you can see the 5 or 6 zeros at in your sales. In my output there was only 2. Right?
Okay.
I changed the data type from double to decimal. That's why I used the query transform. Okay, and let's suppose now pivot sequence is not relevant for the target table, and we don't want to put these values into the target table. So how you will remove that? So you have to introduce the query transform between pivot and the target table. One query transform in between pivot and the sales, and you will remove the pivot sequence. So that's how you can remove the irrelevant column as well. We transform or we use a other transform as well in a single data flow. So it's totally based on our requirement. So we will learn how to use many transform in a single data flow based on our requirement, multiple data sources, multiple targets at the same time. There was two more transform, okay, reverse pivot or data transfer, but we are running out of time, okay. So today we spend more time on the environment setup or in all these things, but we will try to uh, match our pace and we will try to cover more transform in tomorrow's session. Okay, so let me tell you one more thing. You can share your code with each other, okay. How to do that? Okay, go to the project in the bottom area in the library. Now you have two jobs. Okay, let's suppose right click on the area, white area, right click. So in the library area, repository and export to file. So now what we are doing, we are exporting these two jobs, copy and new job. You can give a name, any name, okay, and save and select your location and save. It is asking to lock this file. Okay, lock this file. So you can give a password, okay,
Okay.
so that you can secure this file, or you can keep it blank and export. Now you have you have exported the file. You can share with anyone. Okay, you can you can ask someone to have these kind of files as well. Okay, so
Okay.
let's suppose you are doing your homework for the pivot, okay, but you are not able to understand or you are not doing. So you can ask Mala, okay, just share the ATL file of the reverse pivot or the pivot. So how you will import that? How will take? So go to the
So from
repository, now import from file, delete the jobs from your library. Then how we will get to know whether we completed or not. You have to delete the job from the job section. Delete. Yes. Okay. Now you can see you don't have the jobs, right? Import. No, right now you don't need to, but you can see what you are going to import in your repository. So you can include or
right.
exclude as well. We will learn later. But right now just
Okay.
import, put the same password else it will fail. Okay. If you ask Mala to share a file, then you will see her repository or her database will be here because you
Okay.
are pulling from there. So always make sure whether you are pointing to the correct database or not. Okay. So you have to update it manually if you are taking code from someone else. Okay. Right now, what you did, you just exported from your repository and you pull. So it's keeping
Right.
same. But if you ask Mala, so always make sure, just click on the drop down menu on the data source name, then you can see her database as well. Just click there. BI3,
Okay.
BI4, DS3 as well. So if you pull from there, you will see. So you have to select the correct one and apply and OK. If you don't do that, you will interrupt her database. I'm giving you an example for the production. Okay. So let's suppose you develop some code. Okay. And now you created a ATL file and ask the someone who is owning the production and provided the production file. Okay, and they have imported by accidentally they missed to update the data stored, then job will run on the development database. Or what can happen like there is a requirement to make some changes in the existing ETL and production team provided you the ETL from the production. Okay, and you forget to update the details and you are making some changes without updating the data store details, then it can create a mess in production database. So
Yeah.
be careful, always double check 3 times, 4 times, okay, until you are 100% sure to pointing to the correct data source, data target. If you deleted the data once, you can't recover, and it's delete the data like a bullet, okay. In this way,
Okay.
by the ETL, you can maintain the versions in your local system, in the files, in the folders. But if you want to maintain the version history within the designer, then we have an option of central repository. Okay,
Okay.
this topic belongs to the next session, few sessions later. But why did you explain today? Because you are one step behind, so ask you can ask for the help from the Mala or Mohit. Okay, so
Yeah.
you can use that code for now.
Hey there, ready to master SAP BODS? Our course is designed just for you, and you can take it at your own pace on Teachable. In this course, we'll guide you through everything you need to know about SAP BODS. It's like your ultimate toolkit for managing and transforming data seamlessly across your organization. From understanding the basics to mastering advanced techniques, we've got you covered. Our instructors are seasoned pros with years of experience in the field, ready to support you every step of the way. But don't just take our word for it. Hear from our satisfied students. They found our course incredibly valuable and practical. The best part? You can access all this knowledge at an affordable price that won't break the bank. Ready to elevate your data management skills? Enroll now on our course page. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website below.
Here we have the today's agenda. Okay, so what I will discuss what we are going to discuss today, and then we will discuss the topics, and in the last we will have the Q&A session. Okay, so today we will go through the only the theoretical part because server access is still pending. So we will cover the theoretical part of the BODS history, and this is like the disclaimer for this training that this presentation is only for the example images. References are provided for information purpose only, and we have the copyrights. ZaranTech has a copyright, so we should not use for any other commercial purpose or any other uses. Okay, you already know the what is ETL tools. Okay, but I will not go into the deep, but I will just introduce in briefly. Okay, so ETL is just why we need the ETL. Okay, the business is running over the different geography, different time zones. Okay, and different purposes. Okay, but the owner or the management need to access all the data to drive the meaningful information for their business operations, forecasting, and taking the decisions so that they can utilize the resources. Okay, and take the decisions for their better business and for the future plans as well. So ETL is just a extract, transform, and load. First, it just extract the data from the different data sources, different type of data sources, and then after that it's transformed, because sometimes data can be a blank empty or the partial data, or it's not a meaningful data based on our requirement. So we have to transform into a meaningful data insights. So we just transform, and after that we load into a particular place that we generally call as warehouse databases. And one more term is also there, ELT. Okay, it's slightly different from the ETL. ELT is extract, load, and transform. So some tools works on that funda as well. First they extract the data, and after that they just load as it is. Okay, and after that they transform the data. Okay, so the full form for the SAP BODS is a BODS, Business Object Data Services. And one more thing, sometimes the person working in this with this tool in the industry, they will just SAP Data Services. They will not say the BODS or the their business object data services. They will simply say SAP Data Services. Okay. Now let's come to the history. This tool is not developed by the SAP. Okay, it is integration of the merge of the two tools, the data integrator and the data quality, both by developed owned by the different companies, but SAP acquired both the tools, and after that they just merge it, and now they called as a BODS, SAP Business Object Data Services. Okay, now they have improved it as well. Now they call generally SAP Data Services. If you access to the SAP portal, you will find the SAP Data Services over there. But it's the same thing. Nothing is changed at the background and the fundamentally. Only the name sometimes differs. Before going to this slide, I will show you one more thing. Okay, this diagram. This is the whole diagram for the SAP infra. Okay, not only related to the SAP BODS. Why I'm showing you, I will explain later. So it has a three layers: user interface, platforms, and repository. Okay, web application console have the CMC, Central Management Console. Management console is a data service management console, and third is information steward. And we have the designer, SAP BODS designer, where we develop the ETL code design. Okay, CMC is used for the business object, SAP business object only, which is a reporting tool by the SAP. So it will not be part of our training, but it's part of the interface designed by the SAP. Management will be used by us, SAP Data Services Management Console. Here we have a different components. Here we utilize this portal or the web portal for executing the ETL loads, scheduling the ETL loads. Okay, and the linear data analysis, how the component is connected to each other, the data flow, workflow. Okay, information steward is just regarding the validations and the rules that we design here. Okay, so that we can utilize this applying for the rules, so that validate the data or some kind of the checks that we can apply and build these reusable components, and we can utilize them for the further data transformation or data validation. Okay, so no worries. What we will do once we have the server by tomorrow or next day after tomorrow, we will go through in practically. Unfortunately, today we don't have the server. That's why I'm saying these are the theoretical things, the layer or the architecture. Okay, I agree with your point that it should be in parallel with the servers, but in case of unfortunate event we don't have. But the thing is, okay, man, I totally agree with your concern. Okay, but I think meanwhile it should be resolved. Okay, but we can continue if you. This is the SAP BODS designer. This is looks exactly like this. Okay, this is the real picture I just took from the internet. I'm not saying that this is not from my side. Okay, let me explain you if you little bit. This is the landing screen or the home screen. Okay, not from this area, the white canvas area. On the left top corner, you can see the project area. Here we have the projects, jobs, okay, and the bottom left corner we have the repositories. And the big white space is the canvas where we design our code or the drag and drop fields with the different type of objects. On the right side, on the right vertical, you can see the different components that we use. We just drag and drop into the white canvas area to develop or design the ETL code. Okay, so this is called the SAP BODS designer. Here you can see that on the top of it, SAP Data Services Designer. They are not saying this is BODS. They are saying SAP Data Service Designer. Okay, that's why earlier I said don't be confused if they say the BODS or the data service. Okay, this is the designer, and so this is the data services management console. Okay, so here from here we just manage the ETL schedules, monitor and execute the ETL. Okay, and we have one more thing in the data management console. Here you can see this. Can you see the administration part is also from the management console, auto documentations, data validation, impact and lineage analysis, operational dashboard, and data quality reports. So now you see the pictures of the management console and the designers and the purpose why they used. Okay. Now we have the platforms, which is invisible part. Okay, it just work behind the scenes. You can't see them. Okay, CMS is out of scope because it's a part of SAP BO. Okay, RFC servers and the admin services not again in picture because this is EIM. Even I don't know. Okay, to be honest. And for BODS or the data services, two servers comes in picture. One is the job server and second one is access server. These servers are used to execute the codes that we designed. Job server is used for the batch processing. Okay, first one, before going to this, in a ETL we have a two type of processing. One is a batch processing, which runs in a intervals. Okay, we can schedule on a particular time or a particular number of times in a day or a weekly manner. And another thing is real time. Real time means whenever we receive something, some data, it execute. Okay, and it's again wait for the next event, for the next message or the next data. So it's run 24/7. Whatever it received, it just processed. Okay, the job server is used for the batch processing. Access server is used for the real-time data processing. So these are the platforms or the servers that works behind the scenes. Now come to the repositories. Again, CMS repository for the BO, information steward repository regarding the validations and in that area. Data service local repositories. What is repositories? Okay, repository is the collection of object, okay, information, metadata that we design, that we have, okay, and there is a two type of repository. One is local repository and second is central repository. Local repositories is belong to the developer so that he or she can develop the code, okay, and they can collaborate with the other developers. Okay, central repository is a it's like a Git. Okay, recently now in this and right now we are using the Git for the code check in check out. Okay, but earlier when Git was not there, that they have their own data, the version control management by the central repository. So what they generally do, they create the three central repository. for the development environment, pre-production or the QA environment and the production environment. So you can check in and check out your code from your local repository to the central repository. And once you are done with the development and the testing, so then you can deploy the code into the production as well. We will cover this in a later, okay, not even in coming days. After a few days, we will cover how to deploy the code from one environment to the different environment and how to do the version management of the codes. Okay. So this is the architecture or the in the terms of layering. Okay. But now understand how the ETL works in terms of architecture. So here you can see the BODS architecture, management console, designer, repository, job server, access server, engines, address server, and directories. So management console, I explain you, and designer and the repository. So let's suppose you develop one code in your personal repository. Okay. So how the things will work? So you develop the code in your repository, which is available in the designer. But now your code is stored in this repository. So once you execute the job, then you will give the direction to the job server. Okay. Job servers identify the repository, the corresponding repository, and pull the code from the designer, okay, from the repository and the designer, and ask engine to execute to make the transformation that based on the rules and process the data. Okay. So this is the flow it works. Okay. Now what access server does? Okay. So this is for the same thing. Right now you can see this the bidirectional arrow. It works for the job server as well and access server as well. The only difference is job server works when there is a batch process. When there is a real-time data, then it's just transferred to the access server. That's why the data is coming from the real-time clients, and access server just ask engine to process the data. Okay. And address server is used for the data quality. So in the BODS, we have different type of transformations: data integrator, data transform, and the data quality. It's a processing units. It's again works behind the scenes. So whatever you design in a designer, it is stored into your repository. Okay. Here you can see in the designer, whatever you are designing. On the left bottom corner, you can see the repository DS repo. So whatever you are designing, building, creating, it will store in this repository. Okay. So once you just give the instructions to the job server by the management console, okay, I want to execute this ETL. So what it will do, it will go to the repository, pull out the code, and ask engine to process this. And you can't develop the code in the central repository. You can just check in and check out into the central repository. You will always work on your local repository. It can be shared with your employee or not. It's up to the organizations, but you can't develop the code into the central repository. You have an option to only development can be done into the local repository. No, you can do that. You can run the code from the local repository as well. Okay, let me tell you why we need the central repository. Okay, let's suppose you have a team of 10s, okay, and 10 developers are working. So it's hard to manage that which code is up, the latest one, okay, and which code should be run, okay. And on a one requirement, multiple developer can work. Let's suppose you break the requirement into 10 pieces, so 10 developer can work parallelly, and you can all merge your code into the one ETL job, and you can just execute that central job. Okay, so you get the flexibility to work. The multiple developer can work in parallel, and you can after that you just simply deploy the code into the central repository and execute it once. So repository, I explain you what it is. Okay, it's a set of tables which hold user created predefined system object source. Okay, here the management console that I explain you impact and linear analysis what it is. Let's suppose you are using different type of data flows and workflows. Okay, so how they are integrated to each other, how they are dependent to each other. Administration is all about the execution, management, managing the ETL, okay, and the monitoring and the scheduling as well. Auto documentations, operational dashboard, data validation. We will go through in a coming days. Okay. Job server component help you to start the data movement inside. Okay, that I already covered. So and you can read this document later as well. The images or not, so you can see the images of the designer. Okay, so here you can see the semantic layer is nothing but just the data source from where we are getting. Okay, after that we have the designer, so we are just seeing the real time and the batch processing. Okay, and data services give you the option to connect different type of connecting with the data sources. It can be a file system, flat file, text file, XML, JSON file. Okay, different type of databases, Oracle, SQL Server, MS SQL, SAP HANA that in your project you are working. Okay, so Teradata, so many, PL SQL. So you can connect with different type of databases. And the best part is once you create it, okay, let me show you one more thing. These are the reusable components. Okay, once you develop these things, you can reuse them after developing. Okay, and let me show you one more thing. The components we have into the data services based on the hierarchy. Can you see this diagram?
Yes.
Okay, on the very top comes the projects. Okay, in projects we have the jobs. Jobs can contain all these items that we mentioned below. But if there is nothing child item, then we can't go further for that item. Like a script. A script can be placed into the job, but we can't include anything below the scripts. Okay. Scripts are the text file kind of text format where we do the coding. It's simple English in English coding. Okay, it's very simple that uh, we don't need to learn. We don't need time to learn it. Okay, so it's very common scripting language. It only work for the SAP data services. So we will learn this and we will see how we can use that. Okay. Workflow and the conditionals. Workflow and conditional can be used in jobs. Okay. And a script can be used within the workflow and the conditional as well. And in below that we have the data flow. Now the part comes what is data flow and what is workflow. As its name suggests, data flow. Data flow is a container or the area where we design how our data will flow. Okay, here we design the source tables, we design the layout, the data, the source tables, target tables, and in the middle we define the transformation, what we will do. Okay, here you can see right now this is data flow is open. Can you see the yellow icon? Where is my cursor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is right now we are into the data flow. Here you can see this is source. Okay, and at the end we have the target, and in middle we have the transformations. Okay, and if you see on the top left corner project area,
Mm.
on the top with the folder icon we have the project, and second we have the job. Can you see the watch icon with the arrow? This is called as a job. Okay, this is the naming convention that we generally use so that we can identify by the name itself as well. Okay, the project is starting with the pros. Okay, job. It's not mandatory. It's up to you and the organization and the team how they want to name it. There is no restriction by the SAP. Yes, everything is sequenced and connected to each other. That's why I say
Mm.
this is the, let me explain. You can
Mhm.
design each component independently. Okay. You can design the data flow independently without the workflow, without the job. Okay, that's fine. But you can't execute them without the following the hierarchy. If you see on the bottom the repository, can you see the arrow with the blue color?
Yeah.
So this is the workflow that we have in our repository. If you click here right now, we are on a project. You can see the different projects. If you will click on the job, then you will see the jobs like the similar way the project. So these are the independent, we can develop these things independently. Like you can see the yellow icon with the arrow, it's a data flow. So you developed one set of rules with the one set of rules, the data flow. Okay, so you can use that data flow in a different way, in a different jobs as well. Okay, may I know what do you mean by the data model? So here you now let's complete this. Okay, then I will go to the designer. Okay, data flow is where we design the flow of data, the how the data will flow. Workflow and conditionals are the superset of the data flow, which comes on top of the data flow. Workflow, as its name suggests, it will define the how the work will flow. What I mean is how the data flow will be connected to each other. Okay, data flow comes under the workflow. So we can use one or many data flow within a same workflow so that we can define that which data flow execute first, which set of data flow will execute in parallel, which set of data flow will execute in sequence. Okay, transforms are the options. We have the pre-built options for transforming the data, like I can show you like the query transform, case transform, if conditions, and so many transform we have, so we can use in middle of the source and targets. And now your question comes here, the data is stores. For defining the data sources and the targets, we need data stored. Data store is nothing but it's just a bridge between the your source or the target. It here we create the connections to access the data, whether it's read access or the write access. If we want to extract the data or just insert the data or update the data. So we just create the connection into the data store. And the icon of the data store is the blue icon here where it my cursor is. Can you see? After that we have the format. Now we define the connections for the data source. Now question arise, what is formats? If we are expecting data in a particular format, okay, then we define the formats as well for flat files or the XML files. Okay, so here you can see the different type of formats. XML message only works for the real-time job executions. Rest of the works or item can work for the real time and the batch as well. Okay, now database is data store. Okay, it contains the tables, template tables, and the functions. We will learn how to create the template tables and the functions. template tables are not the tables. First of all, template tables are in-memory tables which is created in SAP data services memory, not into the databases, whether it's source database or target database. Let's suppose you are processing a huge amount of the data. Then we use the template table so that we can optimize our processing because it's store the data in memory in RAM, right? So that's why we use the template tables. And adapter data stores, again, this is for the real times that we use tables, documents, outbound messages, message functions. Adapter data stores is used for the real-time job processing to define the data connections for the real-time data sources. Okay, it can be a messaging queue or in the event hub. Okay, or it's like a IoT, right? So we to define the data sources with the connections from where we are receiving the data continuously, right? And the database data stores are for the database, the the classical databases like the Oracle, SQL, HANA, like this. IoT is like an Internet of Things. Maybe like uh, like you are just wearing a watch, a smartwatch.
Huh.
Right?
Huh.
Generate the events or the data each and every second, right? So
Hmm.
it's capturing by some softwares and storing into
Right.
the somewhere. So
Hmm.
these are the real time data. Okay, so you are getting the OTP based on your transactions.
Hmm. Hmm.
These are the messaging queue. Just it's generating in a huge amount and just going, and you expect the response within the seconds. Okay, if you are doing your transactions, okay, you are expecting to be complete within a seconds. Okay, so here we need the real-time processing. Like if I give you the example, real life example, the ATM. You just go to the ATM, you just insert your card, right? And now it's check in the background whether it's an authorized person or not, it's a valid card or not. So what it will do, it will just the data will come. Okay, the someone inserted the card, they will check this, the data will come. Okay, this come to us. So it will check the based on the rules whether it's a valid card or not. Okay, so it will just give you the response. Okay, this is the valid card, now enter your pin. So here you can see that it's a live, the real-time data processing happening here. You are just giving your input and you are seeing the output as well based on the rules applied on the background. Okay, if you provide the incorrect pin, it will not allow you further. So again, this is done by the ETL processes in the background. So here you can see the screenshot for your reference as well. Workflow, data flow canvas. Here you can see the job status, job server and the profiler server. In this image as well, you can see these two server icons, whether it's running or not. So from these two icons, you can see. So this is the only thing which is visible to you. So now you can see the designer interface, how it integrated to each other. Okay, it's just a simple Venn diagram, but I believe I already explained you. Okay, so this is one of the screenshot for the data store creation. Okay, and the different options that you can use to connect. Okay, mainframe, file and transport, applications, okay, databases as well. And this is the screenshot for the how to create a data store. Now comes to the advantage. What are the key advantage over the other ETL tool? Okay, when it was designed or when it was introduced into the market, it was a leading. Okay, till now it's also leading a ETL tool, but now we have different ETL tools as well in the market, which is available on the cloud. Okay, so it was very easy to use. Okay, it's a very user friendly platform. I believe by end of this training you will feel okay, it's very easy job. Okay, because whether you only have to be a logical thinking, not more than that. You don't need to be a no even a single piece of coding. Okay, The only thing which is expected from you is to execute a SQL. If you know the SQL, then you will learn the things quickly and understand why it is happening and how it is happening. But if you again don't know the SQL, then you have another option to debug it. You can analyze what you are designing by visually. Okay, can you see this glass icons? Okay, so these are the icons. You can just click and you can see the data. What data is coming from the source, and you can see these glasses after each and every step. Right now, this is not in execution mode. That's why you can't see the glass on the query transform here. But once you execute, you will see. So you can see what you are doing and how it's behaving. Okay, so you can analyze each and every step of yours. If you know the SQL, you can go to the database and you can analyze quickly. Okay, but if you don't know, then you can analyze the data or your steps here as well. The only limitation is in SQL, you can do the analysis in the whole set of the data, but here it will show you the first 1000 row. Okay, so whether you are doing a right or wrong. Earlier, we had a different type of tools for the data integrations, data quality, data transform. Then BODS comes, then it just merges everything in a one place. Okay, so that was the key benefit of using of the SAP data services. On top of that, they have a SAP BO business object, which is a reporting tool which easily integrate or are tightly coupled with the BODS. And they have one more tools, information design tool. Earlier, they called as a universe designer. Okay, I'm not sure whether you are aware about it. So universe designer or IDT, it's just a data modeler. Okay, where we define the tables that we load, definitely load by the data services. Okay, we just define the cardinalities, okay, and the relationships and the hierarchies. We create the measures, dimensions, okay, so that we can use them directly into the reporting tools, which is not part of it, but that's how it's work, because they provide a complete suite, okay, from database to the reporting tools. So it will start with the database as SAP HANA, ETL is BODS, ITT for the the data modeling, okay, and top of that SAP BO, and they have the crystal reports as well, and so many. Now, uh, earlier I had the in the agenda with some concepts about the data warehousing. So I'm not sure whether you all are aware about it or should I cover it. Uh, so what would you suggest? That's why, because it's a basic thing or the foundation for any ETL. Okay, you can't be expert unless you know the basics. So this is let's understand. Okay, first understand what type of databases we have. Okay, generally, and let's consider with the one real examples. Okay, or a case. If a business ABC is running over the India in a different locations, okay, and you are the owner, okay, and you are just locating at the Mumbai location. Now you want to analyze the whole operations and you want to take the decision from the single location, okay. And right now, let's just broaden this case. You have the operation or the business in a different geography like India, US, and the Europe, where we have the different time zones. You can't be available 24/7 to take the decisions or the managers, okay, because there is a time gap. So, and they have the different business hours as well, okay. If US business in a scope right now, then maybe in India it's a night, okay. So there is no business hours in India at that time, so business is not running there. So to whatever the transaction is happening over there in this store or a retail store or the businesses, the data is stored into the operational database. Whatever transaction is happening is stored in this database. Okay. It's it just store the data. Okay, nothing else. Okay, it's have a few basic validations. Okay, which help us to maintain the inventory, whether we have the product or not, or the prices, and some basic things. Okay, but we will not go into deep into that. So you have this is in US, one for India, okay, and one for the Europe, okay. And now you are in India, okay. You want to operate your business from the India, okay. So what will happen? How you will analyze the data? You need this all data, okay. So what we will do, we extract this data from these different locations, okay, and we store this data into a layer called staging. This is not exactly every organization follow, okay. I'm just explaining the basic things, okay. It's not mandatory following the same thing for the each and every organization. But what they did, they just extract the data, a simple extract the data in out of the business hours, okay, so that their business should not be interrupted. Once they have the data into the staging layer where they merge all the data, okay, now they just introduce the ETL here, not here. Why? Because the continuous data is pushing into these TVs. If you read at the same time, it will interrupt the performance of the TV. No, it's not like that. They
Mm.
what they generally do. They can have a different type of policies. Okay, they can what they can do. Okay, once they pull this data, they can delete the data from here, or they can have a retention policies of the 7 days, 1 month. Okay, they will keep the 1 month of data here in the locally, and after that it will delete. Okay, or they will archive to the different TV. Okay, but it depends on the business use case whether they want to pull this data on a daily basis overnight, okay, out of business hours, or in an hour, in a 4 hours of period. It depends, totally depends on the business use case. Okay, so I'm just taking this example as a retail store, the supermarkets, like,
Okay.
but right now what I'm trying to say is the purpose here is to don't interrupt the business. Okay, let's suppose if you are pushing something in a box and just pulling something at the same time, it will just interrupt your hands, right? So they try to this interruption because they want to uh, keep the business running all the times whenever it needed. So that's why we generally pull the data based on our agreement, okay, with the business, okay. That's why if I give you the example, okay, IRCTC, it's go to the for the maintenance on a nightly basis, right? They pull or they do something, archive the data, pull the data in a in the nightly hours only. Many websites just go shut down or just doesn't work over the night after 12 a.m. or 1 a.m. Right? So these are the purposes behind this. They want to maintain the data, they want to archive the data, they want to transfer, migrate the data from from the operational databases, because these operational databases don't have the much capabilities. So once we have the data into the staging, now we can do everything. Now the ETL comes in picture. Okay, it means extract, transform, and load. Now the third part comes, it's a warehouse DB. Warehouse DB is nothing but just a storage. From on top of that, okay, first of all, whether it's ETL eating is useless if we are not using that data further. Whether you are working in a data warehousing project or the migration project, okay, this is not the last step. Next or the last step will be always the reporting. Okay, maybe you will not be aware about it, okay, what we are doing with this data. But I can assure you, I can guarantee you, if ETL is used, then definitely someone is going to build report on top of that. Else we are wasting our efforts. So always there will be always a reporting tool or something, some mechanism to reporting on that data. That's why reporting built on the warehouse DB always. It can have a data marts. Anyone knows what is data mart and data warehouse? Exactly. So warehouse, data warehouse, it's a enterprises level. Okay. So one enterprise can have a multiple data warehouses, but generally it can try to contain one data warehouse so that they can build the reporting on top of that easily. But in that they always have a departmental data, or we call them as a data mart. Data mart is nothing but a subset of the data warehouse. What we try to do, if enterprises, okay, will have the HR department as well, okay, admin as well, operation department as well, procurement as well, inventory as well, okay, supply chain management as well, okay. So they just segregate the data into different data marts, okay. Then what is the purpose of doing this? Because there will be a financial data as well. If you provide the access into the whole database, whole data warehouse, then there may be a chance of exposing your confidential data, okay, to everyone. Like let's suppose if there is a financial data and you are working in this organization, your pay slip will be visible to any other employee as well, okay. So that's why we just segregate this data to maintain the confidentiality and the accessibility, okay. So we can apply the rules that who will have the access on a particular set of data marts. So now you understand that what is ETL and how it works. Understand the data models in these database, okay, how we try to store. Anyone know about the star schema or the snowflake schema? Okay, so why we need to have a two different type of schema? We can go with one. Why we need a two different type of, do you know? Okay, this is the problem that actually we have, okay. What we always even, I'm not telling you for you, it's human behavior that we just always trap into the simple things, okay. We just try to implement the simple things, okay, because star schema looks like a fact tables, okay, surrounding with the dimensional tables, and we just fall into it. But the thing is, we choose the schema based on our requirements. What is the difference between the, it's just a layman language difference that, okay, the fact table is surrounded by the dimension tables, and the snowflake schema has a one more subset of the dimension tables. But this, trust me, but this is beyond this, okay. Now understand why we need and how to choose which schema is useful for us. Let's suppose if you want to retrieve some data from these two type of schemas, then what will happen for this? Let's talk about the first star schema. We will have the simple joins. We will write the code, SQL code or any other code. It will just simple code to, okay, select from this table based on this joins, because it's a have a only one single connection, okay. But once we go to the fact tables on the snowflake schema, if you try to retrieve the data from the another table at the last, okay, you have to follow this part: fact tables, dim table and sub dim table. It will create a complex join structure, okay. So it will reduce your performance, it will interrupt your performance for reading the data. That's why we have to make the decision which schema is perfect for us, okay. Right now I talked about the reading of the data. Now let's suppose we want to insert the data. If we want to insert the data into this table, dim table or the star schema tables, what will happen? It will have a duplicate of the data. Let me give you one example. Let's suppose Manu go to the shopping store, okay, and he buy 100 items, okay. Now 100 row will be inserted if we follow the star schema. because in each row it will have the name if it allow, or else it will have the customer ID, address, or the order, the products, and the quantity, and the other information as well. But the personal information will be repeated 100 times because the customers was saying, but they buy the 100 products. So to optimize the database, we don't go for the star schema in case of insert of the data. We go for the snowflake schema. How it works properly? If Manu buy the 100 products, then it will not insert directly. It will break the data, okay, into the chunks where it will insert the repeated information only once. Okay, this was the customer ID. This was the person. If name is there, if address is there, if phone number is there, it will insert the data in a particular table called dim customer. Okay, so instead of inserting 100 rows, it will insert only one record for the one customer. And let's suppose after 10 days again Manu comes to the store, then it will not even insert a one in a customer table because it will see it's already there. If something is changed, address is changed, it will just update it. Okay, so that's why for the transactions or for the operational, we always use the snowflake schema because it's a normalized form. It's a very granular data segregated under different categories. Okay, for product, sub-product, category, geography, everything is segregated. Okay, there will not be a redundancy or the duplicacy. But in a star schema, there will always be redundancy. But why we need this star schema? Because we want a good readability. Once the management open the report, it should fire the query promptly and retrieve the data. Management don't have the sufficient time to wait to opening the report. They want a quick action. That's why for the reporting, for the data warehousing, star schema is always preferred. For the operational data is always preferred snowflake schema. So whenever you will go, you will see all here, you will see the snowflake schema. And here you will find the star schema. If I ask you to identify this is one of your, let's suppose, can you see my screen? Okay, so let's suppose I'm giving you the real example, okay? Now the business say, okay, this is the data you will receive on a daily basis in a form of Excel file or in a database, okay? Now it's your job to define the dimension tables, create the dimension tables and the fact tables, define a schema or a snowflake schema out of it and load the data. And this is your data source. Can anyone help me to identify which will be the dimension data or which will be the fact data? It's a real question, real problem, and it will definitely come to you. I'm 100% sure. To be honest, everything is wrong except from the mala. It's partially correct, not exactly. Okay, let me tell you how. It's very simple, and even by seeing the data, you can identify. Okay, and this is the first step before designing or understanding the ETL. Let's understand the definition of dimension and the fact tables. Dimension is something which is static, okay, not change frequently. Dimension data is the characteristic of the data. Something is happening. This is the data, okay? The event or the something which is happening or happened is a data, which will contain the information and the statics characteristics as well. Okay, let's just talk about this first row. This is the order ID. Okay, one person or someone just ordered it. Manufacturers, okay, country, city, category, manufacturers, postal code, product name, region, segment. Are these the characteristics of the order or the valuable informations? No, again, no. Why? I'll tell you. They buy something, okay? The product name, message book, wire board 4, 5, 51, 2 inches, 4 or something like that. This is just a information, okay? This was the bought by the customer, but business is not run by this. They don't care about it. The only thing which is care about it, the discount, profit ratio, quantity, sales. In a simple terms, what are the data which is measurable, quantifiable is the fact data. Rest Rest of the data is considered as a dimension data. Dimension data is the correct characteristics of the transactions. This order was happened, okay, in this duration product this was sold by from this category city, the buyer category city, buyer country, customer name, manufacturer. Okay, but fact will be that 20% discount was given. Profit was $6. Profit ratio is this. Quantity, how many quantity sold is 2, and the what was the total sales amount. If I want to if I want to differentiate this data into the dimensions and the fact table, then what will happen? This will be the part of the fact table. Okay, just ignore these two columns for now. Okay, this will be a part of the fact table. Order ID now comes to the order ID. Order ID is also a dimension data, but it's exceptionals that we store into the fact tables. Okay, it's a something called it has a name called something infrared dimension or something, but a columns or the value which identify the transactions or the event, okay, is a dimension data but always stored into the fact table. Okay, again this is order date, it's a dimension data, but here now it's in the fact table, it will not stored as a dimension. Here it will be stored as a foreign key to the dimension tables, which will be redirect to the dimension tables called dim time, the time dimension table. Okay, so here this will be the, now you can see this is measurable, you can aggregate, you can calculate the min, max, sum, average, right? So all the numeric values comes into the fact tables. Okay, but let's suppose order ID is 1, 2, 3 and like this. So never go into the trap. Okay, this is the new numeric data, so it should come to the fact table. No, numeric data, which is logically in case of business use cases, can be aggregated. Then it will be the fact data only. You can't summarize the order IDs, right? You can't sum the order IDs because order IDs to unique identification for your order. You can't sum the order ID, right? But you can sum the profit, you can sum the quantity, you can sum the sales. Okay, so whatever the aggregation you can perform on data, that should be come to the fact table, not into the dimension tables. Because
Okay.
in fact table, you never remove any record. Okay, whether it is duplicated or not. Because what can happen? Okay, let's suppose 1, 2, 3 is the order ID, again 1, 2, 4, and same details. Now Mohit and the Manu go to the store, they buy the same thing. Okay, they just buy some one cold drink and one chips. Okay, they did the same purchase, but you will have the two rows with a different order ID. You will not remove anything because here we store the transactional details which can be aggregated or we can summarize. It's pretty simple to identify the dimension in the fact. We left with the dimension data. So let's remove here from the first fact data and then we will see. Now you can see this is the dimension data. All is dimensions. Order ID will keep it. We will not keep it here because we already come to the fact table, but it's a dimension. Okay. Now we left with this dimension table. This is the dimension table, but rather than keeping it in a same, we will segregate in a different tables. Now why? Because it has the repeated information. Right now, if I see it has around 10,000 rows, okay, 9,995. But if I segregated this data, I can save a lot of space. Why? Category will have only 3 values. But now what I'm doing, I'm just consuming hundred thousands of rows, just storing these 3 values. Are you getting my point? So now comes the next step is segregation of dimension data. That's why we have a different dimension tables and only one fact table. Okay, so now it's based on the a simple common sense. It's logic. Now what you can, there is no hard and fast rule here. It's just up to the data developer or the modeler how they want to segregate it. If I talk about the categories, and there should be a subcategory as well. So what I can do, I can keep these two things because both the things are related to each other, right? So let's create one more table and remove everything. Can you see? Earlier I had around 20,000 rows, 10,000 for each. Now it only summarized to the 36 rows, 36 value cells. So this is how you can save a lot of space because databases are too costly and it's time consuming to store to the same value in 100 of times, because right now I have the value of data set of thousands rows only, but in enterprises it has a million or billions records. You can't afford the data to be repeated a millionth time. That's why we segregated. This is how we created a one dimension table. Now the what next step is create the key, primary key for the category. I will explain you in the ETL how to create the key, but right now what will happen? We will create a sequential manner to create the key. No other logic, just a sequential manner. If new category comes, then it will be 18. Okay, so that's how we create the dimension tables and other dimension table. Like as Mala said, that city, country, and region, state will come to the one another dimension tables, dim geography. No, it can be anything. Okay, let me tell you why. It's totally depend on your organization in the teams. Why? Because let's suppose you are the only person who is doing everything. Because job start from the data generation, okay, and ends with the data reporting. Okay. Now there are many developers are working, or it can be a one only as well. I worked in this position as a single source, single developer in this area, or working right now as well. Okay, but I have seen that so many developers are working with a different role as well in this pipeline. But whether you work or not, but you should be aware about it, how the things work. Right now, as Manu shared, that maybe you are working on data migration, so you don't need to build the dimension tables. There will be always be there. You just need to pull the data from somewhere. You have to transform it and just push it to there. But you will, if let's suppose you move to the data warehousing project, then you will stuck. How to create the dimension table, how to design the dimension table. You know the ETL, then everyone should expect, okay, you should know that basic of the ETL, how the things work. Before designing the ETL, we design the dimension tables and the fact tables. Because source is defined by the business, but target is defined by the management where they want to see the data in a reporting tools. So they will define, okay, I want to know the sales, the total sales by country. They want to know the total sales from each country, each city, and each departmental store. This is called KPI. KPI is a statement where they want to measure something, key performance metrics. Okay, KPI, key performance indicator. Okay, so they want to analyze some performance. They want to know the sales by total, the total sales by city, country, and the department. From the statement, you can identify they want sales, they want city, they want country, okay, they want departmental store. To drive the sales, you need the quantity of the order. Okay, let me use the notepad. I'm not comfortable with the whiteboard. Okay, the sales they want total sales by city. Now what you need the sales. How you will drive? By the quantity, by the unit price. Am I right? For the city, you need the city information, country, okay, and the store. And let's suppose if they ask for you to category as well, that which category is sold most, okay, or the where they have the more customer in a particular subcategory. Okay, that's how the requirement comes, and in that way we design the dimension and fact tables. It's a reverse engineering. Now one more thing is called relationship. Anyone know how to define the relationship between the dimension table and the fact tables, and what type of relationship we have? Yes, but it has the type of relationship. Yeah, that's right. We join based on the primary key and the foreign key, but what different type of relationship we have, and what are the purposes of it? One to one is simple, that one record from the dimension is connected to the one record of fact table. One to many is when one record of, please make sure that what I'm trying to say, please say, okay, where it go. There is a flow direction as well. Okay, it's not very we can't choose the direction by ourselves. Okay, there always is direction derived from the dimension. Okay, one record one to one is something, one record of dimension is matching with the one record of fact table. Okay, when someone is saying one to many, it means one record from dimension table is matching with the many record of fact table. And let's suppose if someone say many to one has the same meaning, same thing. Okay, so don't confuse. Someone is saying that relationship between dimension and fact table is many to one. Then again, it's a one record of dimension is matching with one many record of fact table. It's not possible to a many record of dimension matching with the one record of the fact table. Okay, so if someone is saying one to many or many to one, it has the same meaning. if we talk about this category, okay, let's suppose this category, this we derive dimension tables. Here you can see office supplies is, this is, let's suppose this is our category dimensions. Okay, so let's see, if you see apply the category office supplies is, then it will have a number of rows, this much number of rows. But when you will connect this value to the category, it will have only one value, like office supplies belong to the office supplies and the subcategory we have. So we have to apply subcategory appliances. So for all these rows, what will happen? Office appliances, this one, 13. The product 13 will be there. Instead of these two columns, product category and the subcategory, there will be only one value, which will be a 13 only in all the rows. Okay, it will remain same. That's why we will say that 13, this value is matching with many values in fact table. If someone is saying, okay, many to 1, again it means this many is matching with this one value. Don't worry, we hopefully we will do a one project, okay, that we will convert all the data as a source. We will drive the dimension tables, we will drive the fact tables, and we will load over there. And you can see, we will do by yourself that how the things are working properly. Many to many is never recommended, but in the current scenarios or in the current business scenarios, it's arising. Okay, many to many, sometimes what happens that many records of the fact table is matching with the many records of dimension table. Okay, right now I don't have the example. Okay, but in a few days I will give you a real example rather than a hypothetical. But it is not recommended, and we always try to avoid this condition. And I will give you the solution how to handle this situation and how to manage if there is a case of many to many, because it's one of the best use cases in the data services as well, that how to handle the many to many condition if it's there. So this is all about the BODS overview and some basics of the data warehousing. Okay, and dimension, fact. If something is remaining, if anything comes in your mind, if you want to know more about the data warehousing, you can ask anytime. I will try to answer that. Okay, see that if we received correctly or not. Okay, so we can go through these questions. It's always already there on the portal, NMS portal as well. Yeah, it will be help you to review or revise the content, right? If you
Sure.
ask, then I will try to answer that as well. So which of the following option is contained in the BODS? UI development interface metadata repository, data connectivity to store and target, the management console for scheduling of the job, or all of the above. Choose the important component of the SAP BODS architecture from the following: repository, management console, designer, access server, again all of the above. And the next is, which of the following essential function will be performed by the central management console? Okay, repository registration, user management, both A and B, and job services. Maybe there may be a typo here. They are mentioning about the central management console. It should be a data services management console. Okay, so I believe there is a typo here. Okay, because central management console belong to the SAP BO, not for the BODS. Yes, CMC is used for the user management. Okay, so that may be a reason. Okay, central management, I skipped that because it's a part of the SAP BO. which is a reporting tool. It's a combined platform for the BO and the BODS for the user management and any other things as well. But here the question is data services management console, which is the following essential function, which would be a job services. Select the feature of the SAP BODS console from the following: impact and linear analysis, administration, auto documentation, operational dashboard, data validation. Maybe you remember that I show you one picture regarding the data service management console. What are the features available to us? So here we have all the features called administrator, auto documentation, data validation. We will go through it, okay? Impact and linear analysis, operational dashboard, and data quality reports. Which of the following option links the interface between the actual backend database and the data services? I skipped the profiler repository. It's not in a picture for the developers, okay? It's only useful for the local and central repository. Maybe you remember that profiler server was on the bottom right corner, the job server status in the profiler server. But yeah, profiler repository is nothing but just for the maintaining the profiles. There is no connection between these two things, okay? The job created in BODS can be real-time,
See,
batch job. And the last question is which of the following is used by the engine to offer high data connectivity, quality, and the scalability? Maybe you remember as well that I explained you about template tables, okay,
Yeah.
and parallel processing of the data flow is also there. So we will cover that as well. Yeah, so there is a one proper, there will be, I believe, there will be a one proper session for the optimization in ETL as well. Okay, one thing each and every developer should keep in mind, it's very easy to design the ETL, to be honest, okay? But it's very hard to design the optimized ETL. But the thing, everyone can develop the ETL, I can assure you, okay? But you have to be expert, you have to learn, you have to invest your time to build or design an optimized ETL. So all the your efforts will go into the optimization. How quickly your ETL execution will complete. That's the main thing, the key thing. Okay. So our focus should be over there. Whenever we design or develop the ETL, our focus should be designing an optimized ETL, not the ETL only. Let's suppose you design the ETL and it's taking a 10 hours. Then there is no make sense. Okay. Because then again the business hour will start, your report will not be there on time, right? So that's why we have to design the ETL in a way it should complete as soon as possible.
Hey there, ready to master SAP BODS? Our course is designed just for you, and you can take it at your own pace on Teachable. In this course, we'll guide you through everything you need to know about SAP BODS. It's like your ultimate toolkit for managing and transforming data seamlessly across your organization. From understanding the basics to mastering advanced techniques, we've got you covered. Our instructors are seasoned pros with years of experience in the field, ready to support you every step of the way. But don't just take our word for it. Hear from our satisfied students. They found our course incredibly valuable and practical. The best part? You can access all this knowledge at an affordable price that won't break the bank. Ready to elevate your data management skills? Enroll now on our course page. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website below.
The object and the platform integrated or whatever it is in the product in environment or the designer, or you want to first learn the theoretical part and then just go to the designer. So what we would recommend. Okay, so let's understand what is data platform. Okay, data platform is type of transforms. Okay, So we have segregated the transform in a four categories: data platform, integrator, quality, and text processing. Okay, so here in the data platform, we have a list of transforms that we generally use. So the platform is used for the data transformation, data integration from different sources and process them, okay, and load. So, okay, so you have the complete control on the transformation. So you can play with the data easily by using different data platform transforms. Okay, here you can use these platforms for the very large data sets as well. Okay, and through data platform manage a wide variety of data across an enterprises. So here there is no limitations for a particular type of accessing the particular type of data. Okay, but the limitations are few related to few platforms is few doesn't accept the input. They only generate the output. Okay, like query transform, it takes the input and just convert it and process and give you the output. But there are other platforms like row generation and SQL transform. It doesn't ask for the input. Okay, it doesn't accept any input. You have to design within this transform and it will give you directly the output. Okay, while we will in the environment in the designer, I'll explain you again. Okay, this is not relevant. Okay, this is the classical view of the data processing. Okay, that how the earlier the data was processed, data sources processing, and then after data warehousing. Okay, and this is the EDP, uh, the enterprise data platforms, how it works. Okay, they have the operational data stores here, and then top of it, it has the ETL. Then we have the warehouse, relational data warehouse. And on top of that, we have the data modelers. Okay, so here you can see here they're mentioning the SQL Server analysis services. And after that, they have the reporting tools like the Power Pivot, Power BI, Power VI, Power View. This is not relevant to the BODS. Okay, so this is regarding the how the data works, how the data warehousing project work or the migration works. Okay, and this is example from the cloud infrastructure. Okay, the modern data platform. Here you can see the all the cloud platforms. Data Lake is a cloud-based storage solution. Cosmos DB, Blob Storage. Here you can see the Power Automate, Power Virtualization, Power Apps, and for the visualization is Power BI. Okay, so data storage, you have the structure, data factory for the ETL. Okay, like you have the BODS as a ETL tool here in the modern platform cloud-based solutions. Data factory works as a ETL tool. This is the architecture diagram of cloud data platform, how the cloud data platforms or the architecture works for the data processing. Okay, so these are the architecture diagrams, okay, which are not relevant for the BODS, but if you wish to learn how the architecture looks like for the different type of platforms or the different type of organization, so you can have a look. And if you have any question, then I can help you to answer that. Okay, now let's directly jump to the platforms. So first, query transform. We are using this query transform from the day one. Okay, so you can see you have to pull this from the right hand side toolbox. Okay, and you can use for a different purpose. I explain you in the designer as well. So here you have a three area: input schema, output schema, and parameter. The bottom area where you have to select, join, where, group by, order by. Okay, and the query transform here again you can see the screenshot of it, in, out, map and select from where, group by, order by, advanced find. To change the output, select the schema in the right click and select make current. Okay. Case transform. Case transform. Are you aware about the SQL? Any one of you or everyone? Okay, in SQL, maybe you have used the case. So in the SQL, we have the case function with the when condition. When this is true, then this
Yeah.
is going to happen. Okay. And similarly, it works here as well. Case, you will define your conditions within this transform. Okay, and you will give the labels and expression to that. And after that, it will give you the multiple output stream based on your case statements. Okay. So multiple output stream will be like the then condition, like you have in the SQL. When this is true, then this is going to happen. So similarly, when your condition will met, okay, then the output news output stream will trigger, and you can go with that output stream. So here they are using they are just creating a table in the database. Okay, after that they are inserting some records, and after that they have pushed the data here, and here you can see they have connected to the data store. Okay, but after that case transform creating a case data flow, and this is the icon for the case transform. Okay, and now they have a label and expression. So label is nothing but just labeling your expression. Okay, because once you take the output stream, then it will be marked as label, mark with this label, so that you can identify which output stream is belongs to the particular use case or the expression. Okay, like here, see, its labels are IND table US, UK, Japan. So when they take the output streams, so you can see the default one, no IND, US, UK, Japan. So you can create n number of labels, expression, and the similarly, you will have the n plus one number of output streams, because there will be always a one default stream without any condition, and rest will belong to your labels in the expression. Now they have validated and it's fine, so you can run the job. Merge transform. Merge transform, it's similar to the union. Have you used union or union all in SQL? Okay, but you know
Yeah, I've used.
what does it mean by
Yes.
the merge, right? Okay, merge or union, something is just putting two things are together, but the condition is both the things should be similar. Okay, similar data type, same a similar data structure. Okay, then you can merge them. Let's suppose you have data is coming from the two different location for the same company. Okay, let's suppose DMart or the Reliance outlet store from the Mumbai and Delhi. They are pulling the data and pushing the data in a one location, in a one warehouse. So they have the same company layout, and they will be have a standard process. Okay, so we can merge that data. We can put it together because ideally the data should be aligned, or its data structure should be same. Okay, so that's why we here we can use the merge transform to combine all the data. It's pretty simple. It's required. You don't need to do anything within it. You just need to connect the data sources and it will give you the output. But it will work when the data structure is same. Validate transform. Validate transform is generate the output based on your expression. Okay, so you will in a case. Okay, sometimes we get confused between case and the validation. Okay, so validation, the validation transform the condition, put your condition. Okay, if like country is UK. Okay, so what happens in the case then, but in the validation transform, if you put an expression, then it will give you the output true or false. Okay, so in case transform, you can have a n number of streams, output streams, but in validation transform, you will have a 3 stream only. Fail, whether your condition is true or false, then it will give you the fail output, pass output, and the one output is also the I don't remember exactly, so we will see into the designer. One is also there, either it's default or something. Okay, but the difference is case validate the expression or execute your expression and segregate your data. Okay, but in the validation, it's validate your data based on provided expression and tag as whether it's true or false. Okay, it doesn't segregate the data. Okay, this is the icon for the validation. Now we have the next transform row generation. I told you that few transform doesn't expect accept the input. So this is one of the transform where you can't provide the input. Okay, here let's see. Here you can see the in the validation there is a left arrow on the data is coming from the left side. Okay, so this is the input, but in the row generation you will not see that. Row generation generate the rows. Okay, it's similar to the date generator. Okay, but the thing is in the date generator you generate the dates only. Okay, you have the limitation that you can generate only the dates, but in row generator you can generate anything. Okay, so it gives you the output of one column. Okay, and you can define the rows and it will generate the number of rows based on your input. And here you can generate anything, whether it's date, text, or anything. Okay. Now the question arises why we need this row generation. Okay, so row generation, if we want to add some dummy data or the master data, okay, like the data which is not going to change anytime, okay, or very less chances to change that data, like the country name. Okay, you have the country name called India. There are very rarely chances it's going to change. And if it's going to change, then the frequency is going to be very minimal. Okay, maybe in a hundreds year it will change. So we can open the designer and make the changes because this is not the frequent changes. So we will use that row generation for the master data applications or generating the dummy data. While we develop the when we start the development of the ETL jobs, there may be a possibility that source database is not prepared. Okay, that okay the data from where it will be generated, it's not even ready. So what you may get the instruction from the project manager. Okay, the our data will look like this. Okay, so generate the dummy data by yourself and you start developing the ETL because we can't wait until the source database is ready. Okay, so in that scenario, we generate the dummy data as well. So we will learn how to generate, and it's very crucial element for starting the ETL development because it's a very valid scenario. The project manager or the team manager will ask, okay, generate the this is the repo or the data source out structure. Okay, and these are the data types. So generate the data by yourself and start developing. SQL transform. Again, it doesn't accept any input. Here you can see there is no connection for from the left hand side. So and it's very useful and very easy. Okay. So whatever we design in the in the designer, it generate the SQL behind the scenes. Okay. You can see that SQL, the generated SQL as well. I'll show you how to see that. But if you don't have enough time to design the ETL or you want to do some POC, okay, whether your logic is correct or not, you can just write your SQL statement in database, okay, and put it here. and it will process your SQL statement here, and you can take it further. Now the benefit is it reduce your development time. Okay, like you have to pull the data source, tables, put the other transforms and make it happen. And after that, your data will be processed. But if you have the pre-built SQL, just put it there and you are ready to deploy it. But this is not recommended because it execute at the database side and it cost more. Generally, we use this transform whether we have a complex data transformation which is not available in the BODS or we want to deploy it quickly. In these two scenarios, we generally use this SQL transform, else we try to avoid this. Okay, so these are the transforms we are going to cover today. And let me cover the reverse pivot as well before going to the designer from the previous session. Let's see if there is any material for that. Else I will. Okay, so reverse pivot in the pivot we were converting the columns to the rows, and reverse pivot is rows to column. I don't know whether you are clear or not, but sometimes I get confused. Okay, which one is used for converting the row to column or column to row? So how I remember reverse pivot is start with R and it converts row to column, and pivot is going to be a reverse of it. But if you can remember, that's good. But if you can't, then I try this way to remember myself. Okay. In the pivot, we were converting the columns to the row, but here we will reverse it. This transform create one row of data for several existing rows because it convert multiple rows in a one row, or we can say in a multiple columns. Okay. So we will learn this first and then we will learn the rest of the platform data platform. Let's create some data. Okay, so these are the three employees. Okay, A, B, C. Name is ABC and type is home, office, and emergency. And their phone number is home phone number is 123, address is A1, office 1234, and A2, and so on. You understand this data? Now you can see like here for the three employees, we have the 9 rows. Okay. So let's suppose TCS has the 5 lakh employees. So just imagine that the record will be around 15 lakh records. Okay. And we want to convert in, we want to store all this data in a one row only. So how we want to look this, the what would be the expected layout will be employee ID, employee. So you will have one row for one employee only. we can convert the address as well, but let's start with one, and then we will convert more as well. I believe you are just seeing now, but not doing. Or if you want to do it in parallel, just let me know. Okay, so now just please create a new file format. Okay, and point out to the same file, but in a different data sheet. Okay, that just create the dummy data. You can see it here, and please confirm once you have done. Why we want to create in the same file? Because you will have the data with you. You don't need to open the each and the different files. Okay, and you can refer anytime. That's why. But it's up to you if you want to create it in a different file or something. It's up to you. Worksheet and reverse pivot. You have used this first row as a value as columns and then import the schema. And you should like select this employee ID. There's going to be a name, phone number is int, those rest of the things are fine. Okay, so now we have the file. Pull this file. Okay, so now it's again up to you whether you want to use the query transform or not. I'm going to use I'll so that I can filter the data in different format, different scenarios. Then I will pull the data platform, expand the data platform, then see the where it is. Sorry, in the data integrator, reverse pivot. Okay, pull this and connect. Right now, just map everything. Okay, and then reverse pivot. Please confirm once you are here on this window. Are you using the query transform? Please make sure that you have mapped to the schema out, okay, or not updated. So once you refresh or save, it will be coming as a one. Not
Okay.
here, I'm asking for the designer, okay? You can close this.
Yeah.
Now open the query transform. Okay, so that's why you are not able to see because your schema out is empty. Just map all these columns. Okay, I just map. Okay, I'll explain you why I put this because we can play around it. We have a lot of options. So rather than it give you the flexibility, okay, you can restrict the rows. You can put the condition here. You can, if you have the duplicate data, then you can just apply this checkbox to remove the distinct, to remove the duplicate value, and it will be passed only the unique values. That's why we generally put this to clear our data. I'm not saying that we should put query transform on each and every step, but it's good to keep one. The reason is you have the flexibility. You just go there and you can make the changes. But let's suppose you don't put it here and you just directly connect it to the source to the reverse pivot. Then if you introduce you have to break the connection first and then you have to insert in between those, so your whole mechanism will disturb, so your effort will increase. You have to put more and more effort to make the changes. You have to remember what was the earlier changes. Okay, so just keeping the query transform, it will not impact your performance. So it will give you the flexibility because we are developing the ETL not for today, for the future as well. Okay, if anything comes in a future, we can make the changes quickly. Let's suppose there is any problematic record or error, records which we are not going to consider. Okay, so we can remove, apply the filter where condition in this query transform, and we can remove those. And we will pass only the relevant column or the relevant values to the reverse pivot. Okay, so let's go to the reverse pivot. Maybe you remember from the yesterday pivot transform, then what is non-pivot column? Okay, so non-pivot column is going to be a columns which are not going to transpose. Okay, not going to change. So here our employee ID and the employee name we will keep as it is in a same format. So we will put this two columns here. Okay, and the pivoted column would be the address, what we will do in a second step. Okay, we are now just skipping the address. Okay, now the pivot axis column, on what axis, on what basis we are going to transpose. So we are going to transpose based on this column. So our pivot axis column would be type. Okay, duplicate values, we want to avoid it. Okay, axis value. So what are our axis values? Okay, axis values, we have to put it manually. So what are the axis values we are expecting here? Home, office, and emergency. Okay, this is right. Home, add more, and put the same values in the column prefix as well. And values with the underscore. Once you are done, just press F5 and see if your F5 works with the function key or without function key. So you can check on your keyboard. Okay, once you refresh, then you will see the reverse pivot schema out with the new details, the updated columns. Please remove the underscore from the column prefix itself. Okay, so you can just remove 1 second, Mala. Okay, once you do this, the column prefix, and it will introduce automatically one underscore. Now, why? Because it, whatever you are putting here, it will accept these values only. So if the type value of in the column type, if value is apart from these value, it will not accept. Okay, so you should be aware about the data, not only the data type, but the data as well, what you are expecting from the data. Okay, so this is the axis value you are expecting from the column called type. You have to put these values same whatever you have the column in type, and in the column prefix you can put anything whatever you want. Okay, let's suppose I don't want to put, I just want to H and O, okay, like this. So let's see this. Can we go ahead or we are still doing it? Okay, so we can validate as well if is there any error or no error. We are good. Let's introduce one new table and just connect and validate. No error. And execute this job. You all guys execute in execute mode. I'll execute in start debug mode. Okay, because there was some error at your machines that start debug was not working fine. It failed. It failed in pivot itself. Okay, my file is open. That's why. Please close your files if it open. For me as well, the debug session is not working properly. Okay, so let's run another execute module. So you got the data in the output, the template. So how many row you are getting in the template table? Yes, this is the expected output because for the employee, one row for each employee. Okay, and Mohit and Sheetal, are you getting the same output? Same kind of. Can you cross this window and go back from the green icon? Okay, now just validate unspecified name query. Just scroll right, please. Okay, can you open the query transform and just first it rename it put something extra into as a fix. Yeah, anything. And save it and validate again. Save icon is below the project. Okay, validate now. Go to the data flow, delete the query transform, and put it again. Just yeah, that's fine. It's no problem. Just connect. You can select all by control, holding the control key. Yeah, that's fine. You can ignore that because you are doing the data type conversion explicitly. Okay. Now connect your query transform to reverse because your connection is not established. Now it should fine. Okay, perfect. Now, but before executing, just check the reverse pivot again. Go there and see everything is on the right place. Perfect. Okay. Now just save it and execute it again. On the top left corner, the project and there is a icon. Yeah, third icon. Just below that, the before the Caesar. So please execute it. Go into the table. Is this the expected output? Now we skipped earlier we skipped the address. Okay. So Sheetal, while you are sharing your screen, just make the changes in the reverse pivot and put address at the correct place. Okay, just think and just tell me where we should put this. Okay, validate and execute. No error, then execute the job. Now you have home phone, home address, office phone, office address, emergency phone, emergency address. So now you were asking that, okay, can we change anything else as well? So it it doesn't matter. Whatever you have, you can change everything. Okay. Like we have the phone numbers and the address. So if you have anything else, then you can do that for as well. Okay. So now you know where you have to put the columns. Okay. The only thing which matter here is to putting the column at the right place. Let's do one more thing. Okay. Go to the reverse pivot. Okay. Now edit the access values. Anything. Yeah, fine.
Okay.
Just validate, and execute the job if there is no error. Okay. Now execute. Okay. Now wait. Okay. Now cross this window, the output. Now see the output again because you type the ABC in the type column that okay that our access value is going to be ABC in the column type, but the BODs doesn't find that. That's why it's putting as a null value. And let's suppose this is happening in your ETL job, then how you will get to know, okay, this is happening. So how you will fix it? Okay, you moved fast, but let me show you. Okay, let me share my screen again. Okay, then I'll explain you where you can see. So here I did the same thing, whatever I told you. So here you can see the home phone number is missing null. And if I go to the data service management console, I'm going from here. Can everyone see this icon? Can you see this screen at your side as well? Now go to the administrator and select your respective repository. I'm selecting my repository, repo.ds. So please select your repository. Can you see this window at your side? So here we generally see our logs, the execution. Here the default option is last execution of job. It will show you the last execution status only for the unique job based on unique job names. But you have all the option last, 1 days. I want to see the last 4 days or anything. So you can select that or all execution from putting the dates here. Okay. So let's see. I'm just checking for the last 4 days. Whatever the execution. Here, the job name, all bad jobs, or I can see the all available jobs in my repository. I see that there were 2 jobs in Sheetal repository. So Sheetal, you should see here the 2 jobs and
Yes.
similarly for the other. Okay. So whatever jobs you have, you should see here and you can select or you can select all bad jobs as well.
Okay.
And if you have a long list of jobs, okay, then you can put it here as well. And you can use the wildcard. Let's suppose you have some job with the name job. Okay, I can put the wildcard. I can see these jobs, new jobs, 4 days. Is it showing only one job for you or? Okay, I will check this later, but let me explain you why I pull you here. Okay, here you can see the icon is the yellow icon. Okay, this is warning. Okay, so you can see that when we put that our data was not correct, we have designed the reverse pivot for the ABC, but the type value was different. So in the error, you will see the warning unexpected access value home found in the transform reverse pivot. Okay, so who is monitoring the logs or the ETL instances can see, okay, this warning was raised, so they can make the necessary changes. Okay, so it's saying that home value is coming in your access value, but it is not expected in the reverse pivot. Okay, it doesn't fail your job, but it raise an warning. Okay, so from here you can see and make the necessary changes in your job. Okay, any doubt till here, or can we move to the next topic? Okay, so in the today's agenda we have the query as well. So I believe we don't need the query, or do we need? We have used a lot query transform. So let's understand the few more. Now we will use the case transform. You all should have the data in the file, with the training data. Okay, pull this data and let's use the query as well. Okay, and we will pull the case, connect all these. But before doing anything, let's analyze this data. What we have in data. Oh, good. My designer get crashed. Just give me a second. So here from the platforms, I'm just pulling the case transform. Then I just connected and let's analyze the data. Okay, so first let's see what we have. Here you can see the row ID, order ID, shipping mode. Okay, okay, let's see the data in Excel file. We how many country we have? Only the United States. Shipping mode. We have so many shipping modes. Okay, so let's use this shipping mode: first class, same day, second class, standard class. Okay, in the query transform, I will pull everything. Row ID, I will change it to the int. Order ID should be varchar. Order date should be date only, not date time. Okay, shipping mode varchar, customer ID. Customer ID is varchar and postal code should be varchar. Reason product ID sales is decimal. Note that too. Please make these changes. Okay, once you are done, please let me know. Now we will use the case transform to segregate the data based on our shipping mode. Okay, so you will see the screen like this. Okay, and click on add button. Here you will see the label. Okay, so you can rename it first class. Okay, now we will give the expression here, class. If you click here, then the class or the expression should be given in the below window. Okay, so then where we have the shipping mode, put it here, and it should be equal to first class. Okay, and just copy paste rather than typing. Okay, we don't want a typo mistake in the single quote. Okay, are you able to do this? So now we have to create the labels for three more labels. Okay, first class, second class. Okay, and do the same thing. Please confirm once you are able to do this. Okay, we can see the only the first 1,000 rows. Okay, so we can't analyze the whole data. So that's why I moved to the file rather than just struggling in the, what I can say, in the design. Okay. So you have created these four labels, right? Okay, now let's understand the remaining options as well. Here, this box is selected, produce default output with label default. Okay, so it's up to you if you want to have the default option or not. If you check, then it will create the default option, or you can put any other name as, or you can uncheck this as well. Okay, I don't want the default option. I don't want the default output stream. Row can be true for one case only. Okay, it means that these the expression or can be true only for one, right? Because you can't have two shipping mode for the one row, right? So that's why you check this. And if you want to execute your expression in an order, okay, like if this value is this, then check this, then they check this, like then it means you want to preserve your order. Then you will check this box, else keep it blank. Here, shipping mode doesn't need any expression order. Okay, it always be either a first class, second class, or a standard or the same thing, right? It cannot be a two values. Clear? Now go back. Okay, now we will pull the tables. Okay, don't create the tables now. Okay, let's use multiple transform in a job. We will create query transform, four query transform. Keep it like this. Now just join any of the query transform. Once you left your mouse, you will leave your click, okay? Then it will ask which output stream you want to map with the query. Okay, are you getting this option? Now select any of the option. Must make the only thing that you need to make sure that you select all the four options for four query transforms. Now open the query transform one by one. I'm opening the first class first. Pull all the columns and now introduce one more new output column. Insert below and I'm going to call this column as shipping charges and data type would be the int. And shipping charges for the first class, make it 500. So put the value as 10 and apply and validate. We should not receive any error. Here I created one column called shipping charges. Okay, so I'm just hard coding the value, the shipping charges. I'm saying, okay, it will be a $10. In the case transform will check which has the first class, which has the second class. So only the first class shipping mode records will go there. So I'm putting the shipping charges as 10 for the first class. Okay, have you done this? Okay, so let's do for the remaining three. Okay, for the secondary class, let's put 5 Okay, do the same activity, create new column and put the value 5. For the standard class, just put it 3. And for the same day, just map it to 8. Please confirm once you make all the changes in 4 query transforms. Okay, now we will pull the merge transform from the platform group. And you are getting the use case, right? Earlier we segregate the data with the help of case based on shipping mode. Then after that we introduced shipping charges. Okay, now we are going to club or merge all this data, right? So we will join all the streams into one merge. And now if you open, then there is no option to change anything. The only option is to validate. There should not be any error. That's it. If there is no error, you are good. Okay, so you have problem with the shipping charges in all. Okay, so maybe your shipping charges is not consistent. Can you close this window, please? Scroll the input schema. Scroll down, please. Yeah, here. Go ahead. That may be the reason that it's raising the concern. Okay, but just go below. At the bottom, please. In one of the query, that shipping charge is at the second last place. Okay, you can cut and paste. Okay, validate again. Okay, so this is one of the easiest or the simplest transform where you don't need to do anything. Now I'm going to file again, okay, to see if I can find any other scenario. Okay, so sales storage. So I'm deleting few order ID. Okay, random order ID. I deleted the order ID. Okay, so now just open your the source file. Okay, just delete few order ID randomly, whatever you want. I deleted from the row ID 10, 19, and 21. And you can choose anything. Okay, there is no restrictions. Once you done, just save the file. And let's go back to the designer. Now I will use the validation. Just drag and drop validation and connect with the merge. Please confirm once you reached here, just till now. I deleted 4 order ID. So you can choose anything. There is no, I'm not saying, okay, just choose this one. You can choose anything, 1, 2, 100, or whatever you want. Okay, so now we will create the rules. So click on the add button and here the new window will pop up, rule editor. And we will give a name, order ID validation. Okay, so here I give the name order ID validation. You can put the description. Here you have an option, 2 options, validation function and the column validation. Maybe you remember I describe you the 2 type of function, custom function and the validation function. Custom function gives you the output, but the validation function gives you the Boolean output, whether it's true or false. So today I'm not going to cover the validation function. We will cover in a later stage. I have noted down, okay, so that we should not forget to cover this. But today we will do the column validation. What will happen in the validation function? You will just see the list of validation function and that's it, and click OK. Okay, but here in the column validation, you will check this box and you will select the column on which you want to apply the validation. Okay, so here I'm going to use the order ID. Select order ID. Put your condition is null. We want to check whether it's null or not. Okay, is null. We want to check it. Is it null or not? Once you are done, just click OK. The other options are, let's suppose if your validation failed, okay, here you can see that this is null. Okay, let's convert it to the not null. Okay, is not null. Click OK. If this is not null, it will be a true, right? If this is null, then it will be a false. So let's suppose your order ID is null. Then what you want to, if you want to populate something on that place, okay. So what you can do, you can enable the below formula enabled, choose a column here, double click and select the order ID. And you can put the value here in the expression. Are you understanding what is happening in in the second area? So in the validation transform option, so create column DI row ID and the validation failed. Collection sample data, collection data validation stats. This is if you select, then it will select it will put these value into the logs. Okay, but the key thing is in the schema out, you will see the three query transforms, three queries, validation pass. Okay, if the validation pass, then what will be your output? Okay, and if it fails, then what will be your output? Here you will see the three extra columns: DI error action, DI error columns, and row ID. Okay, this is system. This is added by the system. Okay, so you can see that in which column you have the problem. And the third output stream is validation rule violation. If you have a multiple rules, right now we assign one rule only. If you have a list of rules, then you should know that which rule fails or which rule violated. Okay, so you can ask the source data source team of the business. Okay, this is we are receiving the error in the data. Okay, we are expecting this, but we are not receiving. Okay, you can see that. Okay, in the few records, order ID is missing. So please do something at your side. Okay, for the time being, we are just populating as a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but which is not correct. Okay, so in this third table, you will see the output that what was the row ID, rule name, and the column name. Perfect. Now validate. There is a warning int. That's fine because I put the value 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's why it's giving me the warning. Go back and we are almost done. So let's join three tables. Past results, failed results, and third and the last rule break. Connect again, like similarly with the case, when you drop your connecting string, it will ask to map which one. So pass result table will be connected to the pass, failed will be passed to connected to fail, and rule violation to the rule violation table. Validate everything. Okay, case default is not connected because I didn't take the case, so I will disable the case default. Okay, there is only warnings. Please do that and see if you have any error or not, or everything looks good. Okay, so just go to the case transform and uncheck box regarding the default option. So now you can understand that case first divided the data in a four streams and merge again, combine all the data. Okay, and validation validate the data and put it into the pass table. Now let's check the fail stream. Remember that I told you that I'm just keeping the 4 order ID null. So here you can see the 4 order ID has null values and the shipping mode is standard and the second class, and shipping charge is 3 and 5. And error action is F, which denotes fail. Okay, and error column is order ID and row ID is 1. So here you can see that row ID. And in the rule violation, you will see that which row ID has the problem, rule name, and the order ID or the column name. Okay, uh, just select all those field again and delete. Press delete button. No, not only the cell. for all the values, whatever you selected. Okay, and save the file and close the file. Now just cross this output window. Now
Yeah.
open the training data file, the output, click on the glass icon. Yeah, can you scroll down please? On 26 is empty. No, please can you go up. 15 is 10 is blank. Okay, and go a little bit below. Open the query transform first. Just close this. Open the case transform. Can you just copy and paste the again? Okay, there may be in the values for the first class, second class. Copy from the file and paste directly here without typing. Wait. Never copy like this. Okay, you are copying the cell, not the value. And there is a difference. Okay, always copy the value from the formula bar. I'm not saying that it will not work, but it create problems. I'm just telling you based on my experience, it happens. You can filter the data. Okay, go back. In the shipping charges, can you open one of the query transform after case? Just show me the value of the shipping charges. Okay, go back. Just open the validation. Okay, go back and now try to execute the job. File, please close the file, save. Okay, now go to the data flow. See the output of file tables. Okay, scroll and see if you have the other classes as well or not. Shipping charges is there. Just see, scroll.
Second class also.
Package is also there. See in the file. Just check into the rule violation as well. There should be 3 records. Okay, so we have covered till now in the same job query, case, merge, validation. Okay, so earlier before this data flow, we were using the one transform at a time. So now you can understand based on our requirement, we put all things together. We just make a connection between them and we make a meaningful data flow. Okay, so that's why we call this as a data flow. You can see that now how the data is flowing. Can we move to the next transform? So let's cover one more thing. Okay, maybe one of you ask me what is conditional workflow and the okay, so let's create workflow. I have created this. I'm just putting these two, selecting by holding the control key, and now I'm just cutting a control X. Okay, now in the workflow, I'm putting this. In the workflow, you can't put anything apart from the workflow and the data flow. Everything is grayed out. So here you can see that I have put the date generator and the pivot in the workflow. Let's connect this workflow and I will use the conditional workflow. Conditional. Let's cut the reverse pivot, put into the here and the new data flow, rename it and I'm putting into the else. In the workflow, there is no condition, it's empty space. You can put your data flow and you can join or you can execute in parallel. But in the conditional workflow, you have to define the condition. Okay, here you can see the box for if condition. Okay, if I put a condition 1 is equal to 1, it will check 1 is equal to 1, then it will see what is the output. If it is true, then it will execute this box. Whatever you will put here in this box, it will be executed. If the condition is false, then the below box items or the object will trigger. Okay, so let's validate whole job. Only warnings. Let me execute and see. Okay, I have how many data flows? 4. DF date generator, DF pivot, DF reverse pivot, DF data platform. Let's see what will execute. You can see in the press logs. So here you can see the high unsure is generated from the script. Okay, and data flow DF generator using is memory and completed successfully, which is from the normal workflow, which is fine. DF pivot is started and completed successfully, which is again fine. In the next new workflow is completely successful. Okay, completed successfully, and then the DF reverse pivot is started. Okay, the first one. But if you see, there is no logs for the data flow DF data platform because by the condition it was true, so it executed the reverse pivot only, not the data platform. If I put 1 is equal to 2, which is going to be a false, right? So let it run it again. Now new workflow is completed successfully, but after that data platform is started, but not reverse pivot. And here I will use SQL transform. Okay, open it. It will ask you the data store. Okay, and database type is already selected based on your data store. Okay, now it asking you for the select SQL text. Now you have created a lot of tables. Okay, let's see. This is your table past results. Okay, your table name can be different. Okay, so let's get this data, this table past results. Okay, so let's get this. Select from results. Can you do this at your side? That's why I told you earlier as well that we can't provide the input. You can't see any the box or any connection option for the at the left side. Okay, only the output is possible from the SQL transform.
Hey there, ready to master SAP BODS? Our course is designed just for you, and you can take it at your own pace on Teachable. In this course, we'll guide you through everything you need to know about SAP BODS. It's like your ultimate toolkit for managing and transforming data seamlessly across your organization. From understanding the basics to mastering advanced techniques, we've got you covered. Our instructors are seasoned pros with years of experience in the field, ready to support you every step of the way. But don't just take our word for it. Hear from our satisfied students. They found our course incredibly valuable and practical. The best part? You can access all this knowledge at an affordable price that won't break the bank. Ready to elevate your data management skills? Enroll now on our course page. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website below.
Okay, so do you guys want to see again the SQL or you get the point how the SQL work? So there is no need to jump it again, right?
Not from my
Okay,
side.
so perfect. Then maybe you remember that we skipped the data transfer from the previous session, maybe a second or third session. Okay, so why? What was the purpose? And in many sessions, I told you that whatever we design, it convert into the SQL behind the scenes. Okay, so just open your data flow. Okay, and go to the validation. Then you will see the display optimize SQL. I designed one simple data flow where I'm just pulling the data from the training data table. And just taking further the country, city, state, postal code, and the region only. Okay. I just left all the columns behind. Okay, and I'm just putting the data into the temperature here. If you go to the validation, display optimize SQL, then you will see that one SQL is automatically generated here. And it's showing only one operation, insert into DBOD geography, the columns, and the data from where it comes. Okay, so that's how whatever you design, if your source is the database or the SQL, then it will create a SQL statement automatically. That's how if you see here that insert into statement, it means this data flow is highly optimized. Okay, because whatever you are designing, it will execute directly to the database. Okay, so the performance will be a good or you can say great. Okay, so that's why. But let's suppose here you have a millions of data. Okay, and you want to do some calculation here. Let's suppose, okay, let it run first, then I'll show you. Okay, I'm executing this job. One second, just give me 1 second, please. Okay, so now let's see the data from here, from the source and the target. Here you can see that we have all the columns in the left hand side, and in the right hand side we have all the selected columns only: country, city, state, and postal code and region. But here you will see the duplicate records as well. Okay, the first two rows are duplicate. Okay, so from today we will have a one project. Okay, we will follow a one project rather than doing anything randomly. So maybe you remember from the first session, I told you that whatever we receive the data from the source, okay, or from the business, we always convert into a proper structure, data schema structure, whether it can be a star schema or the snowflake schema. Okay. So earlier we were just loading the data directly without doing any data browsing concept using. But from today onwards, we will follow the concepts. Okay. So here, what we will do, we will identify the dimensions in the fact and we will load the data respectively. Okay. That's why, so firstly, I'm creating the dimension for the country, city, state, postal code, and there should be one more column called region. Okay, so I'm creating a dimension table for this. Okay. So firstly, I have an issue with the postal code. The data structure data type is not correct. It should be varchar. And second thing is we have what I can say, we should not have a duplicate rows. Okay, we should only have the unique values. So how we can achieve that? First, convert the postal code to the varchar. Okay, so it's look nice. Now we want to remove the duplicate record. check this box, this info. Refresh. Refresh. Can you see the difference now? Hello, can anyone hear me? Yes. So how you can remove that? By applying the checkbox on the distinct row in the select tab. Okay. But this is our dimension table, but still it's incomplete. The reason is any dimension table should have a primary key. Okay. So we will create that. Now how to create the dimension? Okay, so here we will create one new column. GUID. Okay, now we will apply the functions. There is a function called generate row number. This one. Okay, it's pretty simple. Just select type, or you can go through the functions as well. Okay, here you can find the functions, database, enrichment, environment, lookup, and miscellaneous. Here you can see generate row number. Okay, we will cover the function based on our usage because it's not practically possible to cover each and every function, to be honest. Okay. So how it works, the generate row number create a sequential number starting from the one. Okay. So here you can see I'm just assigning a value GUID country for a particular row. Okay. Let's load it again. Can you see now the problem? Can you see the problem here? Please speak up if you don't know or no, or should I continue without asking? Please let me know. So what we are doing today? Okay, first we will go to the data quality transform, but first we are just covering the previous things like SQL transform and row generator. Okay, and the data transfer. Okay, that's why then after that we will move to the data quality. So I do you have any questions for the SQL transform? No problem. So today what we are doing we are just having the same file. You already have it. So we are driving the dimension table called dim geography, and we are pulling only these 5 columns: country, city, state, postal code, and region. So we have the source training data that I'm saying, I believe you should have this table called training data in your data store. Okay. Then you just need to connect and pull a query transform. Okay. And after that, select the columns like this: country, city, state, postal code, and region, and apply the checkbox on the distinct row. So what will happen? It will just remove the duplicate values. Okay. But now why we are getting these random numbers? Because we are applying the row ID, the generate row number on the source. And after that, it's removing the duplicate data. That's why it's causing the problem. So rather than doing everything in a single query transform, do it in a use one more query transform. Just pull this 5 columns and check this box to remove the duplicate data. Okay. Once you are done, just introduce one more query transform. Now, city, state,
Mhm.
country, region, and the postal code. And on top of it, use new output column, and we are calling it with GUID. Okay, so how we will populate the value? By using the function called generate row number. Okay, it assign a sequential number from starting from 1, and there is no end. Okay, it will generate a new number until it gets the data. Okay, once you apply, you will see there is no error and you can move on. Clear till now? Okay, after that, just connect to the timetable, and here I'm calling as a dim geography. Okay, so let's run it. Okay, so it's completed. Let's see the source and the target. Okay, so now row ID or the everything is there in the left hand side, and the right hand side we have the geo ID, city, state, country, region, and the postal code in a sequential manner only, and with the 600 to 80 rows. Okay, the geo ID was not in sequence just because here we have 1,000 of records. If you see here we have around 9,801. Okay,
Yes.
so what did it? It assigned the row number for each record, and after that, remove the duplicate data based on city, state, and country, and region, and postal code. Okay,
Okay.
that's why it was looking a random. But what I did here in the first query transform, we remove the duplicate.
Mhm.
Okay, from this query transform, the unique data will be passed to the next query transform. Here, this query transform will get the unique data only. And
Yes.
here we are assigning the GUID. That's why it's creating a sequential number. Okay, so here we have the few empty postal code as well. So firstly, let me fix this problem here. Okay, with the 5 code only. In query 1, I will assign it to same. And our geo ID is going to be our primary key. So just right click over there and make a primary key. Okay, just validate everything. Data conversion, it's a warning, just ignore it and go ahead. Okay, so now let refresh. You can't see any changes because it's just now created the primary key. Let's introduce the data transfer here.
Alright, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a feature of SAP BODS data quality? Option A, address cleansing. Option B, data profiling. Option C, data standardization. Option D, in-memory processing. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.
Open it. this checkbox is going to be remain same. Okay, and here we can select the table and file. Okay, if we want to use the file system, then it will create a file at your local computer or the where the BODS is installed. But generally we avoid this file. The reason is if anyhow X permission removed or something happened with the file, then it can interrupt the process. So the process remains same. The only thing you can see the two boxes below. It will activate. If you select the file, then the first box will be activated. If you select the table, the second one will be activated. Okay. Here you have to click on these three dots. You will get the list of data stored. Select your data stored. If you have the tables, you can select the tables from there, or you can create a new table. Okay. So you just need to provide the data transfer table. Okay, just select it. That's it. Okay, in the option you can assign the value delete data before loading. Okay, so it will delete the data from loading from the table that you are going to create. Okay, and number of loaders. If you want to increase the performance, you can increase the number of loaders. Okay, number of loaders are the parallel process. Okay, right now only one process will execute at a time. Okay, so number of loader is nothing but it's a process, the instances of the data processing at a time. If you make it two, then it will process two instances at the same time with the size of 1000. Here array fetch size was there. Where it? Okay, here. Here the array fetch size is 1000. It will process 1000 records in a one go. You can take this mark up to the 5000 if you want to
Okay.
increase the performance. Okay, and here you can increase the number of loader as well. Okay, if you want to improve the performance, you can just make it sync, just keep in sync, but because the default values was the 1000, so it processes the data in a chunk, right? In a, you can say, block, 1000, the block of records, the default value. So you can you can make the changes up to the 5000. And why? Okay, let's suppose that if this is processing, fetching the 1000 records and committing the 1000 records. Okay, so it's take time. So what you can do, you can increase the block size. Once you increase the block size, then it will take a break after a long time. Right now, it will take a break of 1000 records. But if you increase the record up to the 5000, so there will be a no breakage between 1000 to 5000. It will process in a single shot. So that's how we do this. And preload commands and the postload commands are generally the same things. Whenever you see these options, it means if you want to do something before the execution of this process, then you can write your commands and it will be executed before your execution. And similarly for the postload command. If you put any command here, it will execute after the completion of your execution. Whenever there is a requirement of the data optimization, data processing optimization, most of the time that everyone will say, okay, just introduce the data transfer, doing nothing apart from doing the performance optimization. And there is one more term, push down. Okay, if someone is saying the just push down the data, okay, it means optimize the performance. It means push down the all execution towards the database. Okay, let me show you again validation. Here you can see it it updated the select distinct. It removed the insert as well. So whatever happening in here only into the database, nothing will here happen. It will looks like, okay, we are processing the data here, but it will not happen here. Everything will go to the database level and it will process, it will fetch the data from here and will push the data here. It will just take the design from here, okay, how you want to process the data, but everything will happen on the database side, okay. That's why we call this activity as a push down activity, okay. Just push down the database or push down the resources, everything. Now see one more thing, okay? What we decide over there, 5,000 of records, right? Here the same data store is divided into the two data flows, sorry. df dimension 1, df dimension 2. Okay, because now you have using the data transfer and it divided the data. Optimize your performance here. Earlier there was only one which was running the data. Okay, so all the process happens here in the designer and then it's sent back to the database. But now what is happening? It created a sub data flow. There we have the array fetch size of 5,000. Let's convert it to the 3. Okay, again it's complete into the 2. It not breaking based on the fetch size, but it divided the data. Batch size, it's the processing, the fetching the records in that amount only. Okay, the number of loader, I think that is breaking the data flows. So again, it has a two data flows. Okay, for your question, I will check again. Okay, and then I will give you a proper answer rather than making any assumptions right now. Okay. Okay, array fetch size, what it represents, indicate the number of row retrieved in a single request. Okay, the default value is 1,000. Higher number reduce request, lowering network traffic, and possibly improve performance. The maximum value is 5,000. Okay, the next questions regarding the loaders, number of loaders. Okay, number of loaders. Loaders with one loader is known as single loader loading. Loader with the when the number of increase, it is not parallel loading. Okay, that I said earlier. It was not breaking something. Breaking is done by something else. Okay, but it's a parallel loading. The default number of is 1. If you select number of loader, then you can enable the partition in the database as well. For example, if you choose a row per commit of 1,000 and set the number of loader 3, the first 1,000 row are sent to the first loader, second 1,000 row are sent to the second loader, and the third 1,000 set of rows to third loader, and the next again will be the load to the first. So that's how it works. Number of loader works in a parallel. Okay, in our settings we have a 1,000 and loader are 3. So it means 3,000 are converting in a single shot, like in a single instance. And row per commit again, if set to the 1,000, the data service send a commit to the underlying database every 1,000 row. Okay. Yeah, that's how it works. But regarding your sub data flow, I will check and let you know.
Hey there! Ready to master SAP BODS? Our course is designed just for you, and you can take it at your own pace on Teachable. In this course, we'll guide you through everything you need to know about SAP BODS. It's like your ultimate toolkit for managing and transforming data seamlessly across your organization. From understanding the basics to mastering advanced techniques, we've got you covered. Our instructors are seasoned pros with years of experience in the field, ready to support you every step of the way. But don't just take our word for it. Hear from our satisfied students. They found our course incredibly valuable and practical. The best part? You can access all this knowledge at an affordable price that won't break the bank. Ready to elevate your data management skills? Enroll now on our course page. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website below.